dog safety standards across the country. Let us work collectively to ensure that every dog in India becomes a model of safety and innovation. So with that, I wish this workshop a very grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I kindly invite Professor Satyanarayana, Dean IIT Chennai, to deliver special address.
Good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Alok Sharma ji, Joint Secretary and DG Policy, Shri Sumit Rai ji, Chief Inspector of Dog Safety, DG Firstly, Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra ji, Director Safety, DG Firstly, Shri Kripananda Swami, Traffic Manager, Chennai Port, Dr. Kunal Sharma, and my dear friends, colleagues. So let me join with the Chennai Port, DG Firstly, and Ministry of Labour and Employment in welcoming you for this one-day workshop on dog safety and handling hazardous chemicals. First, let me express the apologies from our director, Professor Kamakotia, that he is not able to join today because of his sudden commitments at the institute, and that's why I am representing on behalf of him. And so this is a very important aspect for all the employees working on port safety. For example, from our childhood, what we say from our child, so this is very important, right? So from childhood, we'll tell for all this for our children. Our parents would have told, be careful, be safety. And same thing is also responsibility of the government and organization to keep on telling the safety measures for all the employees working in the port. So in this context, so this is a very important attempt made by the ministry and as well as of Chennai Port to educate the employees working here. And as a chemical engineer and working in biotechnology field, I found this program very interesting because not only handling of chemical hazards and other things, so we also dealt with the biohazards, which is very important. Right? For example, most of you would have known, right, after COVID, so you know how COVID changed our life. Right? No one expected it. Right? It's a severe biohazard that we faced. So biohazard handling and mitigating is a very challenging task, and we don't know what comes next day, correct? So it's very difficult to predict and control it. So we need to be very careful, and I think a lot of initiatives has to be made on the dog safety for especially for employees, how to handle and biohazards. Nice, there could be any possible biohazard in the dog care. It's very important aspects, and a lot of training has to be made into this. So if you look at our chemical hazards, it's more or less well established, a lot of policies and how to mitigate has been established. But in the case of biohazard mitigation, so it's very challenging. Now only this have developed a lot of methods to control these biohazards, and we need to, as a country, we need to make a lot of policies into this. So in chemical engineering, we have one course is called industrial safety. Okay. So we have a wonderful book. It is called What Went Wrong. What Went Wrong. So it is written by Professor Tevler. So this book discussed about all major accidents happened throughout the world on major chemical industries. He analyzed in detail what are the causes of accident, and he concluded that all these accidents could have prevented by taking precautions and more detailed, more analysis on the situations. Okay. So actually, this kind of analysis has helped chemical industries and ports to have more advanced safety measures in the industry. But in case of biohazards and mitigation management, these are not that much developed. I think this is a time where other institutes, IITs and ministries work together to make these case studies and train the people in the dog safety to see how to mitigate these biohazards and all these things. So I think IIT Madras has also worked on port safety and other lot of projects with Chennai Port and other ministries. But what is very important is recently we created a National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coasts. It's called NTCP-WC. Okay, so this was established in the Discovery Campus of IIT Madras at Tayur, Koyamar Road, we can construct this one. So I request if any Chennai Port people want to visit, we can make arrangement to take the employees to visit the place. This is a state-of-art facilities, design a port, design port structures, and there are a lot of software simulation models people have developed to predict the vessel trafficking and so on. So, and as per the ministry, so this is called as an what do you call? So this is a technology arm of the Ministry of Shipping. So that's what ministry says. With the man technology, the port and waterways. IIT Madras has done a lot of work on other port structures and designs, but towards dock safety, we have done very little. I think this is an opportunity for IIT Madras to collaborate with the ministry and Chennai Port to develop, to collaborate on this work to develop a lot of programs on dock safety. So IIT Madras also contributed a lot of programs in called Swayam Plus. It's an NPTEL program where IIT Madras has given a lot of skill level courses for employees who can enhance their labor skills as well as also giving a job opportunity. So if Chennai Port needs some kind of courses where the employees can benefit and improve their technical skills, so definitely we professors at IIT Madras can enable this making some courses for people. So with this, I think today we have a lot of fruitful discussions, and everybody when they go today will have a lot of ideas to think about something to safety in place. So I wish this event will be a very grand success. So once again, I thank people to give me an opportunity to come here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I humbly request Shri Alok Mishra, IIS, Joint Secretary and Director of DG Fastly to deliver keynote address.
Vanakkam and very good morning to all of you. Am I audible at the back? Should I be louder? I'm really happy to be here. I'm coming to Chennai after 6 or 7 years, so it's been a long time. I used to be director for IITs and triple IITs in Ministry of Education from 2012 to 2016, and that was a time when I used to come here very often. And so triple IT Kanchipuram, Indian Institute of Information Technology Kanchipuram, and IIT Madras, these were the two institutions. So I'm really happy, I was in fact so much interested to stay longer here so that I could see all the development that has taken place. I'm quite convinced that Tamil Nadu is a manufacturing hub for this country. It has that combination of ease of doing business and also ensuring labor rights, which impresses me a lot. So, to all these things, I want to just see and understand, and that's why I'm so happy to be here. Let me sort of start by saying that Professor Kumati is there, Mr. Kripanand Sami is there, my own colleagues are there, Sumit, Vipul, and Kunal, Professor Kunal are there. Let me start by saying that safety is our joint concern. Safety is our joint responsibility. And let me assure you that Government of India will do anything and everything to ensure the safety of port workers, not only the safety of the port workers, but also safety of our laborers in factories throughout the country. As we start manufacturing, the safety becomes much more important. It's not so important in service sectors. For example, somebody working in a bank, somebody working in the hospitality industry. But when we are involved in manufacturing, the safety, occupational safety and health of our workers becomes much more important. During this workshop, I also expect, we may be sitting, in our offices and probably devising policies. But it's you people who experience safety in your daily lives. So, we would expect you to share your experiences because your insights will go on to refine our policy. So please sort of, make it sure that, at the end of every lecture, please share your experience, please share your inputs so that we can improve on the kind of work that we are doing. We are, you must have heard that we are trying to be a developed economy by 2047. Right? Now, what is the difference between a developed and a developing or an developed economy? The way I see it, that in developed countries, people don't, safety becomes one of our major concerns. People don't die in accidents, right? People don't get hurt or don't and people in developing and underdeveloping countries do suffer, right? So for me, that safety remains one hallmark. We cannot claim to be a developed country or even an advanced developing country unless we improve our safety standards. So safety is a priority. Safety is, also our recognition of the fact that we value the lives of our port workers and our laborers. So these are some of the initial remarks. Let me also sort of highlight that, I'm so happy that we're collaborating with Chennai Port Authority. I'm so happy that we're collaborating with IIT Madras. We're also collaborating with NIT Suratgarh. We're also collaborating with the university. So that brings everything together. Please understand that new ideas come from academic world, right? It's your job to translate those, it's the job of the industry, the high leaders of the industry, to translate those ideas into practices, into products. It's our responsibility to ensure that while we are translating those new ideas into products or activities or operations, the safety remains our key concern. I must also say that this is our second workshop. We have had a very successful workshop in Bangalore, New Bangalore Port. This is our second workshop. Organizing these over next 11 months, we'll be going to each of these major ports and we'll be organizing these workshops. So we'll ensure that your concern, your understanding, your inputs remain our priority. And that that we'll try to do. Now, it has been highlighted that yes, there's so many things, where there's danger to life, where the safety gets compromised, but nowhere else than handling of hazardous material, right? And that's where it becomes even more important. I know that docks operations have become modernized. They will become more modernized over a period of time. Please understand that ports are very important. There was some time before 90s that exports were not so important for us. Right? We were a pretty closed economy. Now our merchandise export is about $450 billion. Right? Our total exports are close to $750 billion. Now $750 billion means our economy is close to $4 trillion, right? $4,000 billion. So exports are close to 20% of our, exports are 20% of our GDP. And if you look at the merchandise export, it is more than 10%, and it will keep on increasing. You also would be aware that the government of India has been. That's why we have been interested in expanding our port operations. I go to some of the other countries like Singapore and all that. You'll be surprised. Port defines the life of every Singaporean. And you'll be surprised to know that how many of our professionals work in the shipping industry, and you would know your relatives would be there, right? Shipping industry, port operation. Indian professionals are well known for, the kind of good work that they are doing in port operations. So that's why I'm increasingly sort of realizing that how ports are key to sort of our national life over a period of time also, and to our trade that that is going to happen. There's one more thing that I wanted to sort of emphasize, that yes, ports are currently handling 95% of India's trade by volume. 95%, right? Because it's the most efficient way of sort of exporting our products. By 70% by volume, and as we become more integrated with the global value chain, and what do I mean by global value chain? Nowadays, products are not manufactured in one place, right? So when we talk about mobile phones, right? Not more than 40% of the value addition takes place in China. 24% takes place in Korea, right? Taiwan, some value addition. So product raw material comes from somewhere, right? And they are all exported. Designing happens somewhere else. Product component manufacturing happens somewhere else. Assembling happens here in India. You must have seen in the last few years, because of PLI, production linked scheme, how our production of mobile phones and electronic products in global value chain. If our ports become more advanced, more safe, we won't have to, the major big ship won't have to go to Singapore, and from there the small ships will come to our ports to sort of, do the operations. I also realized that we have a number of regulations in dock safety, and those regulations do guide, but beyond that, it is what we do, right? How do we implement those regulations? How do we ensure that for each of the things, the safety of our dock workers, lies at the core of it. So those are the things that we need to ensure. I'm so happy that IIT Chennai is here, and they're one of the institutions which came up with the first research park. I always urge you, sometime go to IIT Madras Research Park. It's a wonderful kind of place where industry, academia, and their research professionals, all of them come together to create some of the new products. So, I just hope that this workshop is going to deal with so many more things. Going to talk about hazardous substance management, biohazard risk mitigation, emergency response, use of technology. At the end of it, and through your contribution, I'm seriously hoping that you'll be, making so much more contribution. Please feel free to speak. Please feel free to contribute. Our people would be noting it down, because your inputs would be very sort of important for us. We do hope that in ports, Chennai Port has been leading that initiative for greater safety. And I hope our ports will become even more modern. And we have seen in the last few years, last 20 or 30 years, that the kind of accidents that used to take place earlier no longer take, right? But still there would be some scattered incidences here and there, and which remind us that we need to upgrade our safety protocols, and we'll continue to do it. I'm just hoping that this workshop proves to be successful, not because of us will be speaking something, but because of your contribution that you'll make. We learn as much from you as you'll be learning from us. So thank you so much. We hope that we'll have useful discussion, and I hope to listen to each of these lectures and your experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a very valuable speech, giving special emphasis on enhancing the safety protocols in all the operations. We once again thank you, sir, for your valuable time with us today for the workshop. Before we proceed with the session, I kindly request Deputy Directors of DG Fastly, Assistant Director DG Fastly, and Dr. Maheshwari, Port Health Officer, to kindly come on the dais for a snap. Thank you. Now let us commence the very first session on the topic Regulatory Framework, Overview of National and International Regulations on Dangerous Substances by Sri Sumitra, DG Fastly. Sir, please come.
Presentation is over.
Presentation.
CH number 2 present number 12. Then copy it and give the address. So this pointer is there, or how to? A pointer is there. A pointer is there. Where, which direction? Here it is the device. I will point toward this side.
No, just the screen itself.
It will move. Okay. So you display the values, right?
This one.
This one, display.
Stand போயிட்டு
அது ஆன் பண்ணி விடு.
சார் ஸ்டாண்ட் பை மோடில் போயிட்டு இருக்கு ஒன்ஸ் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு
ஏன் அங்கேருந்து கொடுத்துட வேண்டியது தானே ஸ்லைடை?
சாரு இவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க.
Is it working there?
யா
அவங்க ப்ரெசன்டேஷன்
நம்ம அங்கேருந்து பண்ணும்போது பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு. சார்
Good communication.
Very good morning to all of you once again, and welcome to the first session of today's workshop, which is on the. I would just like to briefly give an overview of the national and international regulations which are available for regulating these dangerous substances. I think it's not working. So, the outline of my today's talk, I will discuss briefly about the functioning of the inspectorates of the dog safety in the major ports under DG Fastly. I would just brief upon the national and international framework that is available on occupational safety and health, and brief overview of the dog workers legislation on occupational safety and health. Can you operate it from there? I think it's not working. Next slide, please. So the Directorate General Factory Advice Service and Labour Institutes, abbreviated as DGFAS-LI, we are a multidisciplinary technical arm of the Government of India in the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Our primary role is to assist the Ministry in formulating national policies on occupational safety and health. DG Fastly carries out its functions through the 6 labour institutes which are situated throughout the country at Mumbai, Kanpur, Kolkata, Chennai, Faridabad and Shillong. This is basically where we take care of the occupational safety and health for the manufacturing sector, which are regulated by the Factories Act of 1948. In our enforcement role, we have the enforcement of the Dog Worker Safety, Health and Welfare Act 1986 and the regulations framed thereafter 1990. So the inspectorates of dog safety at the 11 major ports, this is how the entire coastal region of the country has been divided by our inspectorates. So under the Mumbai region, we have the Mumbai port, the Kandla port, then the Jawaharlal Nehru port at Nhava Sheva, the Marmugao port at Goa. Under the Chennai region, we are having the Chennai port, the New Mangalore port, the Tuticorin port and the Cochin port. And under the Kolkata region, we are having the Kolkata port, the Kolkata dock systems, basically the Visakhapatnam port and the Paradip port. So all these places we are having our inspectorates of dog safety. Coming to the national framework of occupational safety and health, the driving force for the Government of India on the OSH activities, the main driving force for OSH in our country, it comes from the apex legislation, that is the constitution of our country. And in the Constitution of India, the Constitution provides the detailed provisions for the rights of the citizens and also lays down the directive principles of the state policy. State policy means the government policies, which are to be used for formulating the national labor laws or any internal law. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Yes, it's not broken, but slower. Computer ஆகும் நம்மளுதா electronics.
Yes.
Back.
Last previous slide. So, when we look into the Constitution of India, under Article 42, it states that that is the government. Again, the government shall make provision for securing the just and humane conditions of work. And Article 43A, it mentions that secure the participation of workers in the management of the undertakings, establishments, or other organizations engaged in any industry. So, on the basis of these directive principles, the Government of India is committed to regulate all the economic activities for all matters of the management of safety and health at workplace. So based on these constitutional provisions and international instruments, the legal framework of OSH has been drawn in our country. The Ministry of Labour and Employment has enacted the Occupational Safety and Health Statutes, which are broadly covering the workers who are working in the manufacturing sector, dock works, the construction sector, amongst the few. And other ministries also of the Government of India, they have framed legislations on safety, but they are basically focused on regulating the safety aspects of maybe certain substances, equipments, or maybe certain operations. The legislative framework for regulating the safety and health of the dock workers, that is basically regulated in our country through the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of 1996 as the umbrella legislation. And under it, the subordinate legislation, the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Rules of 1990 and the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Regulations of 1990 has been framed. So I will briefly tell you the dock safety legislations that are available for regulating the major dangerous goods in our country. So if we have a look, the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act, it basically provides the safety, health and welfare measures for the dock workers who are engaged in the loading, unloading, movement and storage of goods in the ports. Some of the key provisions, it provides for the safety of the dock workers who are handling dangerous goods, provide for appointment of safety officers, provides for reporting of the accidents and dangerous occurrences, how to use the lifting equipments and appliances safely, and use of the personal protective equipments, and the enforcement is by DG Fastly as far as the major ports are concerned. Under this, we have the regulations of 1990, which basically supplements the Act and focuses on the operational safety and welfare, including the dangerous goods handling at the docks. And some of the key provisions, if we talk about, is regulation of the dangerous goods handling, safety of the lifting machinery and safety inspections, emergency medical care for dock workers, and the provision for sufficient illumination and good housekeeping at all the workplaces. Again, the enforcement is with the DG Fastly for the major ports. The MSIC rules, that is the Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemicals rules, that has been framed under the EP Act, the Environmental Protection Act. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry, but for the major ports, the enforcement has been given to the DG Fastly. And our IDS offices at inspectorates, where they are enforcing in all the major ports. The rule basically, it regulates the handling, storage and import of the hazardous chemicals, including the dangerous goods. And if we talk of the key provisions, it broadly provides for identification and classification of certain hazardous chemicals. The named chemicals are there. And the provision for having an on-site and off-site emergency planning. There is a periodicity has been prescribed that regularly safety audits and reporting of any chemical accidents that is to be made. Furthermore, if we dwell upon certain other legislation, specifically not dealing with dock safety, but yes, they have a role again somewhere in the dock safety operations. That is the Central Motor Vehicles Rules of 1990, amended for transport of hazardous goods, which regulates the transport of hazardous goods on through the roads, including vehicle requirements and the driver training requirements. The key provisions, if we talk of, is the safe transport of hazardous materials. Mandatory driver training is required, and vehicle certification for transportation of hazardous goods. The enforcement is by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. The Merchant Shipping Act of 1958, being enforced by the DG Shipping, governs the transport of dangerous goods by sea and ensures that safe handling, packaging, and storage is in compliance with international standards. Definitely affect the safety and health of the dock workers who are again involved in unloading of the cargo in the port of exit. So these regulations, from that point of view, become very much important. Then we have the Petroleum Act and the rules which regulates the import, transport, storage and handling of petroleum products which are classified as dangerous goods. Key provisions are licensing requirement is there for the storage, handling and transport of the petroleum products, and the enforcement is by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Can you please help me to change? The Explosive Act and the Explosive Rules, again, which governs the manufacture, possession, use, sale, transport of the explosives, and some of the major provisions like licensing provision is there for regulation of the explosive materials, along with the sale, storage and transport of the explosives. The enforcement agency is the Petroleum and the Explosive Safety Organization, PESO. The International Maritime Dangerous Goods IMDG code, which is adopted by India, it sets an international standard for the transport of dangerous goods by sea, which is applicable to all Indian ports and dock safety involving the dangerous goods. Key provisions are they have classified all the dangerous goods into 9 classes, and again the enforcement is which is DG Shipping. The Indian Ports Act, which regulates the operation and safety in Indian ports, including the handling and storage of the dangerous goods, and key provisions they include the provision for handling of dangerous goods in the ports being enforced by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Highways. Coming to the international standards or regulations that are available, the ILO Convention 32, which is on protection against accident, Dockers Convention ratified by India, the Article 12 of the convention, it provides that the member state, that is any country who ratifies this convention by way of national legislation, needs to ensure that their national laws or regulations are available for proper protection of the workers when they have to deal with or work in proximity to goods which are in themselves dangerous to life or health by reason of their inherent nature of their condition at the time or work where such goods have to be stored. And another convention which is concerning dock work is the ILO Convention 152, which is on occupational safety and health in dock work. And Article 32 of this convention of ILO prescribes that dangerous cargoes shall be packed, marked, labeled, handled, stored, and stored in accordance with the relevant requirements of the international regulations applying to the transport of dangerous goods by water. And it also prescribes for adequate measures shall be taken to prevent exposure of workers to toxic or harmful substances or agents or oxygen deficient or flammable atmospheres. The International Convention of Safety of Life at Sea, the SOLAS Convention, prescribes the carriage of dangerous goods in package form, which shall be in compliance with the relevant provisions of the IMDG code, that is the International Maritime Dangerous Goods, we just now discussed. And the Maritime Labour Convention is again a ratified convention. In fact, the 4th amendment to this convention will get implemented in force in India from 23rd of December 2024. So the provision says that the necessary information on the nature of substances, the risk involved, the necessary personal protective devices and the relevant medical procedures and specific antidotes that should be made available to the seafarers. The International Maritime IMDG Code provides, it is actually developed as an international instrument for the maritime transport of the dangerous goods in packaged form, and in order to enhance and harmonize the safe carriage of dangerous goods, and it prescribes a list of dangerous goods. And we have the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, the MARPOL Convention, which provides the guidelines for the reporting of incidents involving the dangerous goods, harmful substances. Basically, this is regarding the marine pollution. Now, coming back to our national legislation, the framework, that is the Act and the regulations, how this Act is governing or regulating the handling of the dangerous goods. So, under Section 2, the definitions is provided under the regulations. The subsection H of the regulation, it defines dangerous goods as any cargo having the characteristic of explosiveness, inflammability, radioactivity, toxicity, corrosiveness, or any similar characteristic, and having the potential to adversely affect the human system, involving loss of life or property damage while handling, transporting, shipping, or storing this. And such material, such substance has been classified, any such substance that has been classified with any by any of the national or the international standards. And under this Regulation 76 of the Dock Workers Regulation 1990, we have the dangerous goods has been classified. So there are total 9 classes of the dangerous goods, like explosives. Class 2 is gases, compressed liquid, and dissolved under pressure. The class 3 is inflammable solids. 4 again has 3 subcategories: inflammable solids which are or substances which are liable to spontaneous combustion, and the third category is inflammable solids or substances which in contact with water they will emit flammable gases. Then again the next category divided into 2 subcategories: oxidizing substances and organic peroxides. Category 6 divided into 2: poisonous or toxic substances or infectious substances. Category 7 is the radioactive substance, and 8 is the corrosive substance. In the 9th category, any other substance can be placed under this category which is not otherwise classified under any of the above 8 categories, but the experience has shown that such substance has been hazardous or dangerous in some or the other form. Can you please change the slide?
மதியானம் அந்த லேப்டாப்பை மாற்றிட்டு மாற்றிட்டு நான் மாற்றிட்டேன். இது யாருது? இது நம்ம EDP சார். அப்புறம் அதில் போடுங்க.
மார்னிங் இதை கனெக்ட் பண்ணி
மார்னிங் இதை கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அதனால
Skip the slide show if it is creating a problem. Keep it.
We'll change it, sir.
Please. Yeah, next one. Next. Go ahead. Go ahead. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, please. Wait. So further going into the regulations, how this the dangerous goods has been regulated, the entire this thing you find between regulation number 77 to 82, and I have just tried to make a gist of what are the key takeaways or the things that you need to take care for giving a compliance to these regulations. So for the activity of loading and unloading, the regulation has prescribed that you need to handle that all the dangerous goods needs to be handled and stored under supervision. They should be suitably packed and labeled. The dock workers should be informed on the nature and the special precautions in the handling activity. The dock workers should be provided with the protective equipment and especially trained dock workers only to handle the spillages. For regulating the explosive and the inflammable cargoes or other dangerous goods, provision says that you need to control the risk of explosion from electrical equipment, maybe you need material to be used for clearing such spillages. Please, next slide please. Next slide please. Further, if any incident is taking place, Regulation 91 Regulation 91 subregulation 4, it says for reporting of the dangerous occurrences. Now there are total 7 classes, different classes of dangerous occurrences that has been prescribed, and one of the class of dangerous occurrence is spillage or leakage of dangerous goods and damage to their containers. So, having classified as a dangerous occurrence, any such occurrence is taking place, whether it is followed by an injury or disablement or not. Maybe there is no injury, maybe there is no disablement, but still if this incident takes place, you need to necessarily report it to the authorities. Next slide please. Next slide please. So thank you very much, and if any questions are there. Sir.
Whether will it be possible to share the slides, sir?
Yes, I will prepare the handout that I will share with the organizer.
Because with regulations list, these are it's very difficult for us to
share the slides. You can share the slides.
No, we will reply.
So, just wanted to understand that, you have seen it. Some of you could share your experience in terms of that, how much of it is, enforced, or what is it that we need to do, what is it that inspector of dock safety needs to do, how can we go about it, any inputs, any advice, any experience that you would like to tell us?
You can take it, right?
Okay, just wanted to understand that anybody would like to share your experience, how things are being done in your organization, how is it that we can improve upon it, improve upon not only the regulation but enforcement of regulation, how can we ensure a better, safety of our dock workers while handling all these sort of chemical and hazardous. Anybody can share? Any? You want to share something?
Regulation is infectious. 6.2 you have mentioned the infectious agent. Any biologicals detailed rules and regulations which are on there? If you feel it, anything is required. If you we can make it for you in case if it is not like.
There are no other questions or suggestions. Yes, please.
So, whatever we heard, sir, it is the gist or list of regulations. It will be very good if we are having 2 or 3 case studies where one of the regulations are few important regulations have been invoked like this. Then we can understand better how the reality, how the like suppose oil spillage in the sea soap. That is one case which is talked about internationally. So how is our preparedness, or which regulation helps us in containment, and how we can stop from spreading to the sea life.
Sure. We will try to accommodate one small session if permits, because we are having speaker time. We will try to have a small session today during the workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the first session, being very interactive. And let us now invite our TM, Shri Kribananda Swami, sir, to felicitate Shri Sumit Roy, Chief Inspector of Dock Safety, with a memento. Thank you, sir. We'll break now for a tea and join again in 10 minutes.
Pen drive on.
The arrangements are made behind, so please have your tea and come back.
நான் இருக்கேன். நான் சொன்னேன் ஏடா பசங்க வாங்க ஹலோ ஜி பென் ட்ரைவ் ஒன்று எடுத்துட்டீங்க ட்ரைனிங் வரீங்களா போர்த் ஃப்ளோரு யாரும் இல்லையா அங்கே யார் மோகன் கிட்டே கொடுத்தாங்க மோகன் கிட்டே நேற்று வந்து அதுலேருந்து ஓகே வாய்ஸ் பென் ட்ரைவ் விட்டு வேற ஒரு பென் ட்ரைவ் இருக்குது அது கொடுத்தேன் சொல்லுமா ஜி பென் ட்ரைவ் மட்டும் எடுத்துட்டு வாங்க ஜி வா உள்ள வாங்க வாங்க அண்ணா HDMI மட்டும் போட்டுடலாமா
ஆமாம்
லைவ் தான் இதுலேயே ஓடிக்குமா
எதில்
இல்லை ஏன்னா இப்போ டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ண எல்லாமே
ஆமாம் 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 ஜேமி மட்டும் தூக்கி விட போடுது
மோகன் டீ குடிக்கல
முடிச்சுட்டு குடிக்கணுமா
ஏன் இருங்க இங்க வாங்க இங்க வாங்க நானும் வரேன் வாங்க
மொபைல் எடுத்துட்டியா
நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன்
the best marketeer of their district. They're the one who can bring funds and all some of these values at Chennai. Because before the digital education, so many people donate so much. I was saying, अच्छा अच्छा साइन है नहीं come service come that is come that you know come they want to take a photo. Oh yeah. Sir.
Please save your laptop. PC is hanging. ये नहीं बोला है
को मिल गया बोल कर रहे
You take us, you take. You take it, sir. You take it, sir. Please, like this. Here, please.
ஆமா 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 சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க இதெல்லாம் போர்ட்ல ஷிப்லாம் வரும் இல்லையா ஷிப்லாம் வரும் இல்லையா வரும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த போர்ட்ல இதுக்கு வரும் இது ஃபுல் ஆகி வரும் அது வந்து டைமுக்கு வந்து நம்ம அதில் கால்த்துக்கு ஒரு நம்பர் கொடுத்துருந்தோம்ல பார்த்தீங்களா அவருக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணலாம் அவருக்கு சொல்லியிருக்கோம்.
இப்பயே போங்கடா. சாப்பிட்ட உடனே சாப்பிட்டு உடனே வர சொல்லுவாங்க. நான் இப்போ அரண்மனை பேசிட்டு சொல்கிறேன். நீங்கள் சாப்பிட சொல்லு, நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். நேற்றோட சாப்பிட்டு இருக்க சொல்லு, உடனே கிளம்பி விட்டுட்டா வரும்.
யாரை நம்ம நினைச்சது?
சொல்லுங்க. ஹலோ 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 சொல்லுங்க. ஹலோ சொல்லுங்க. அது எக்ஸ்டர்னல் நமக்கு கார்டு அவங்க தனியாக வாங்கினாங்க. இப்போ நம்ம லேப் ஆஃபீஸ் வாங்கியிருக்கல, அதெல்லாம் லேப் போட்டு கார்டு கூட வாங்கி எக்ஸ்டர்னலாக பண்ணி பண்ணலாம் சார், பண்ணலாம். அதெல்லாம் இது ஹலோ சொல்கிறா. ஆமாம் லைவ்லே இருக்காங்க.
ஆமாம், கட் பண்ணவே இல்லையா? ஒன்று சீட்டை மாத்துறேன். இன்னும் போடுதா?
எல்லாம் 12 அவர் வச்சுட்டு பசங்க அதுக்கு சாப்பிட்டு
ஒரு மணிக்கு இல்லைன்னா போச்சு.
இல்லை சாப்பிட்டு கூட 12 வர சொல்லுவார்.
அப்படி எக்ஸாம் அது காமனாக எல்லா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் நம்ம இதெல்லாம் தப்பிக்கிறது எந்த இது யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் உட்காரது கதிரவன் அடுத்து நான் கதிரவன் தானே வந்தேன் முன்னையும் கதிரவன் தான் கதிரவன் தான் பேர் ஆகிட்டார் நானும் கதிரவன் தான் சார் அவருக்கு அடுத்து நான் தான் வந்தேன் சரி விடுங்க அது யோசிப்பேன் ஆனால் அதுக்கு எந்த கண்ட்ரோல் வருது சிஎம் கிட்ட அது வருவோம் கீழே வருவோம் நம்ம ரொம்ப நல்லதாக இருக்கு 2 பேரும் தப்பிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு யாருக்கு எந்த சைடு வேற இது சிஸ்டம் போடுறியா சிஸ்டம் சேஞ்ச் சார்
Which page, sir? Oh. Port-up.
கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி இருக்கலாம் இல்லை இதை கொஞ்சம் இருக்கலாம் இது அது தொட முடியாது கொஞ்சம் சின்ன பண்ணலாம் பாருங்க வெளியே தானே போகுது ஸ்க்ரீன் வெளியே கூட லைட் இருக்கு பாருங்க ஜூம் சைஸை குறைக்கிறாங்க கொஞ்சம் இது கொஞ்சம் மாற்றி அவ்வளோதான் அட்டகாசமாக இருக்கு பார்த்து கொடுக்கணும்
போயிட்டு
இதுக்கு இதெல்லாம் இது மாதிரி அப்படி வச்சு கொஞ்சம் நொறுக்கி சாப்பிடலாம்னு ஐடியா பண்ணியிருக்கேன் சார் அதை உடஞ்சி சாப்பிட்றதுக்கு நம்ம உட்காந்தா கொஞ்சம் யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும்
Let us join back for the session 2. Session 2 will be on the topic safe handling of dangerous substances by Professor Satyanarayan and Gumadi, Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. He will be detailing on understanding and managing biohazards in docks and ports for safety. Sir, please.
So next 20 minutes, I'll be talking about so what are biohazards, what are the sources, how to identify them and mitigate them in a basic level. And afternoon we also, in continuation with that, Professor Gopal and Rajan will give much more details about mitigation of biohazards. I think that will suits the content close to this. So So what is a biohazard? So biohazard can be any microorganism which can cause harmful effects, or any plant or animal which can cause an effect to human beings, not only to human beings, it can cause to other plants and animals in our society. For example, I can also be a biohazard. Suppose I have a very high viral fever and someone comes here. I am a biohazard because I am spreading the virus to all of you. So biohazard can be anything. It can be biology, material, or microorganisms, or we ourselves can be biohazard sometimes. That is what happened during the COVID pandemic time, correct? So it was very thick. So it can come through any form. Okay? So if you look at the data, more than 4 lakh people die every year because of biohazards. And if you look at these numbers, these are much higher than people get killed because of terrorism activities and other activities. So people death because of biohazards is quite high. So from where do we get this biohazard risk for people? It can come. Majority comes from the contaminated water and air in the port zone. Okay. And sometimes also, many times medical and clinical waste will be transported. So handling those waste also will try to expose to the biohazards and spoiled foods. Okay, so the ship people traveling for a long period, if there are any food contamination, also tries to give biohazard effects. And vectors. So what do you mean the vectors? Vectors are the one which carrying these diseases. Okay, so you would have learned about plague, right? So plague disease happened a long time where rats carry this disease. Okay. So in case of malaria, mosquitoes carry this. Mosquito is a vector. Okay. And in case of plague, rat is a vector. Okay. So many times these vectors will spread the disease, and people try to recognize these kind of vectors. Are there any abnormals in the vector, and try to avoid this. So when from these sources, you have 4 different types of biohazards. So one predominantly microbes, which includes bacteria, yeast, fungus, virus, so on. And something you also call toxins from biological sources. Okay. So the microorganism is not toxic, but some compounds produced by them will be very toxic. For example, you would have heard about biological warfare. Okay. So Bacillus anthracis spores. Okay. The spores of Bacillus anthracis have a protein. Okay. So that is very toxic to cells. Okay. And I'll also give some example later where there is a protein in amino acid, modified amino acid in green peas. People consume more amount of that green peas will get a neurological breakdown and people will die. So these are called toxins from biological sources. These are also very toxic. People should know what are these toxins. And bioactive compounds. Okay, so bioactive compounds will have, so why is called active mix? These are the compounds isolated from the biological sources, and they have certain kind of functional activity. So they also can be biohazards. And radioactive is not exactly related to the biohazard, but what happens is that many times a lot of people do radioactive tests on animals and plants when they are disposed out. So those biohazards also can be radioactive hazards. So how do we get exposed to these biohazards? One through pathogenic organisms. Okay. So bacteria, virus, and fungi, especially from cargo. And also from ballast water in ships that they carry. It's also a source for the contamination for this material. Okay. And sometimes what happens is that, so invasive species, okay, they're very dangerous things, plants, animals, microorganisms. Or sometimes what happens is that the marine structures, the dock structures and ship hulls will always have a biofold, okay, which means that lot of algae, fungus things, some plants get attached to the surface of these metal structures and start growing on them. And these plants and algae things produce a lot of toxic molecules. When people touch them in the hand or inhale them or get exposed to them, get a lot of serious effects. And of course, you have a lot of environmental pollutions like oil spills or chemical spills, and then because of that also you can get exposed to this. And majority, most important thing that you would worry about is this infected animals or the vectors that we talked about, rodents, mosquitoes, a lot of flies, okay, that area we get. And sometimes the biohazard also comes from the point of health point of view in the port and dock area of the health and hygiene condition, sanitation and disposal of waste and medical waste is very important. And when So as I mentioned that, so now biotechnology is getting into a different level where I produce a lot of products, pharmaceutical drugs and all through genetically modified engineering strains, genetically modified engineering plants. Okay? So the morning only we are discussing. Okay? So we get mango only during summers. Okay, now it's available throughout the year. Means we are genetically modified mangoes and growing throughout the year. So anytime there can be a deleterious effect from these genetically modified strains. When the strains are exposed to soil, it might affect. So it has a lot of various sources of biohazards that you can encounter in this case. So especially from the doctor port point of view, I think the package of biological material is very important, and you have a lot of codes. United Nations have made a code for packing materials. I think employees should know aware of this code. So category A means UN2814 code, which means that the material inside that package has highly infectious substances or organisms that can affect only humans very drastically. Okay. That is category A substances. And category A 2900 means it's a code which refers to the any infectious substance that affects only the animals, not the human beings. So they are less infectious to us, but it's more toxic to animals. And category B is called UN3373, where only the diagnostic specimens are human or animal materials that are being transported only for the research purposes. Okay. So for example, so during pandemic time, so the DNA samples from various countries have been tested where the mutation happened in the COVID protein, because it gets mutated very fast, correct? So you need DNA samples and to see viral protein. So people collect samples from throughout the world and transport them to a common place where we have a lot of sequencing facilities. So there's always this medical samples are being transporting, and so they belong to a packaging code of UN337. So another, the last one is called regulated material waste. So the either medical or clinical waste derived from after the medical treatment, which are not useful and less harmful. So they are treated as UN3291 as a code for that. And so this is predominantly from research point of view, labs point of view, hospitals point of view, and any workplace where you encounter the degree of the severity of the biohazards, we classify them at different levels. One is called risk group 1 or biohazard level 1. The workplace can be a biohazard level 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Because in hospitals we know what exactly we are doing, we call this particular biohazard. But in port and docks we don't know what materials are coming and what you are doing it. People should know whether today the environment is biohazard level 1 or 2, okay, based upon the sample that you. So risk group 1 are nothing but the agents which has basically they are present in but they don't cause any harmful to the human bodies. Example, in the room we have air, correct? So we have a lot of microbes in the air, we are inhaling it. Okay. So but they don't cause any harmful to us. Okay. Because our health and immune system, nothing happens to us. So these are called risk group 1 these things. They usually present it, and there is no special requirement that required for us. Okay? So minimum safety measures like something like gloves and masks can be used, and some of the examples are that Bacillus strain, E. coli, Escherichia coli bacteria, non-pathogenic bacteria, examples that we commonly encounter and throughout the day. Next we have risk group 2 or biohazard level 2. Okay? So these are the either organisms or compounds from the organisms which cause a medium level of infection hazard to the human. For example, all hepatitis B, influenza, dengue fever, small when you expose it for a short period of time, you get this kind of fever. And for all risk to group 2 ages, we always have a preventive measures or curable measures are available to us. It's not that great risk is involved. So basically, when you are handling risk group 2 kind of biohazards, you need to wear gloves, facial protections, and so on. So this an employer should know, and the supervisor should order them. Okay, these are the biohazards that you are getting in at the top. So you better wear these protective measures and handle it. Okay, so that's what major education that needs to be learned in the. So next one is the risk group 3 biohazard level 3. So these are very serious kind of contaminants that one can get exposed. So you might have a preventive measure or you may not have a preventive measure. It's a highly individual risk. This is not a contagious. Okay, it will not spread like corona. Okay, so it is very specific. Like you have a malaria, you have yellow fever, typhoid, all these things. So these are the risk group 3 biohazard levels. And last one, which is called very serious effect, it's called biohazard level 4. So many times you may not have any ways to identify, mitigate. It's very difficult to do it, just like how we faced COVID problem, right? Suddenly it appeared, no one has any knowledge of this thing, so we don't have anything, so we have to prepare our own vaccine very quickly. So these are all very things. So if you look at the examples that we have given, so they are all pandemics and sometimes will be epidemic also. Okay, so Bolivian, Argentine fevers, Ebola virus, Hanta virus. So these are all very anthrax. So only very specific purpose people knowledge is required then. So you don't find many of them can handle this mitigation. You need a very specialized people to handle this. So these are the different biohazard levels that you can encounter. So how do these biohazard transmit the infections or hazard effects to people is by 4 different ways. It is similar to your chemical spreading transmission. So one is absorption upon exposure to skin. Okay, so when you handle this, for example, the most well example for people to tell is the cleaning of the hull or structural materials. Okay, so there is a heavy chance of people getting exposed to these toxic molecules. So always better to have gloves and masks to do that. And people who have cuts, wounds should never undergo this kind of operations because it's very easy for them to get transmitted to this disease. And next is to inhalation of spores, virus, any other pathogenic bacteria through inhalation one and through direct contact absorption through skin one, and ingestion of contaminated food. So you can get spread through the food or water. Okay, so typhoid is very one. So last two months, Chennai had a lot of typhoid cases. And next one is through vectors. Okay, you can spread through rat, mosquito, insects, flies, and all these. So these are the important modes of transmission of these hazards. And then once you have the hazards, so how to identify them? Okay, so unlike chemicals, it is clearly specified because here sometimes it might be specified or we may not know. So people identify that based upon 4 or 5 different parameters. Okay, so what is this type of chemical or agent or toxin? Okay, so for example, suppose people working in this thing, suddenly he get a cold fever. Okay, so then one can predict that so he got this one because of some viral contamination. Suddenly 10 people get viral fever. So which means that it says that something serious is getting spreading it out. Okay, the day after. And duration of exposure. Okay, for example, a simple example is a fungal infection, right? So to detect fungal infection, it takes a lot of time because fungal strains grow very slowly. Okay, it takes a lot of time for you to see that there is infection. Okay. But bacterial take very quick time. Virus replicates fast, grows fast. So that's why viral infections are very fast. Okay. When you get COVID infection, immediately within 1 day, 2 days, you get infection. So the type of agent that you are handling it out and duration of exposure. Okay. So sometimes you get little exposure, sometimes you need a lot of time for exposure. So all these are related to the last point is called personal health. If our body immune system and how well we maintain our immune response system, we are tolerable to this. So we don't get quickly to all this exposed to bioweapons. And so once we expose to this biohazard, so what are the possible health effects? Okay, so one can be acute, one can be longer. So acute means it comes for a short period of time and goes. Okay. And sometimes it can go to a longer duration of time. And many of these things also they affect different parts of the body, but I highlight only very few means these are the potential hazards which affects important system of our body. So one type of hazard which affects the neurological systems. Okay. Which means that you will get seizures, so brain functioning will not happen, so you will get paralysis, you will get severe brain pain, sometimes you get hallucination. Okay? So I will give an example of hallucination later. Hallucination means you start imagining, okay? So you start that something is happening, but nothing is happening there, but you start dreaming and hallucination. And many of these things are attacks respiratory system. So all viral infections first attacks your respiratory system. So you get cough, cold, breathing out. So these are the things that symptoms that you get. And some of them will lead to a cardiovascular system effect also. Okay? So heart failure, if you're not able to carry enough oxygen to the blood so that your brain will not function. So if it affects any one of these things, obviously it goes to your immune system. Some of these things will cause you allergies and delay in responses. You have a lot of problems associated with this. So these are some of the examples. Health effects. Yes, for example, in based of neurological effects. For example, you have the first one talks about biological agents, right? Phytotoxins. For example, what you put in is lactate sativus. So lactate sativus is a green peas. Okay. So there are a lot of people when they consume a lot of green peas, they have irreversible neurological attack. Okay. And people eating a lot of lychees. Okay. So lychee also has a lot of compounds that can affect your brain. Okay. And mycotoxins. So how many of you can recognize the fungal strains growing? The fungus volatile and yes.
No white bread.
So white bread molds, spores and so you can look at on top of onion, so black spores will be there, right? So the black spores are nothing but fungus strains. Tomato, bread so you see a lot of these things. Okay. So these are the spores. So that created this stuff. Okay. So mycotoxins also. So you might be thinking that you are bringing rye or wheat to this, but that will have the fungal spores. Okay. So in many food products, so you will also know about aflatoxin. It's also a toxic compound produced by fungal strains. So aflatoxin levels are much higher in the food product. You will again fungal strains. So aflatoxin levels are much higher in the food product. You will again get this data. These are some of the toxins that will get affected by people when exposed to this. And you also have so respiratory problems. So as I mentioned that, so all viral things are first attacks your respiratory organs. So there's a lot of virus. Adenovirus, it's a huge family of virus and which you can have. So even AIDS virus also comes adenovirus. So you can have a lot of viruses which cause solid affections. So also coronavirus also affects your this thing. So hantavirus. So these are all the things which affects your respiratory system. For example, hantavirus which comes from so wherever this what do you call that one? Urine droppings of animals, infected animals. So they will be there anywhere, right? So especially in India, everywhere the animals will pee and streets on the roads, right? So if those animals are get infected with hantavirus, so if you inhale that one, so it will be on the spores in the air, you will get quickly affected by this. So the cleaning and hygiene in the dog areas is very important. So not only this viruses and bacteria, there are some parasites also available. They are transmitted through vectors. Okay? For example, malaria comes through mosquitoes. Okay? So you have to avoid formation of mosquitoes in your workplace. Okay? And similarly, you can have leishmania gonorrhea. So leishmaniasis is a disease. It causes this, but it comes through another flies. It's called tsetse fly. Okay? So it transmitted through tsetse fly. So these flies and other things also will carry these parasites, not only on the parasites. So where people are exposed to a lot of this disease. So how to identify these biohazards and who is this? So one, the people should have a knowledge on visual inspection. Okay. For example, I said that if there is a fungal thing that is able to quickly identify that something is going on, then they themselves should go and take gloves and start working on that one with mask. So that kind of basic knowledge that we need to transfer to the employees working on this. And so every board should have I think they should have a good facilities where they can able to immediately identify an unknown compound is a toxic or not, or a biological facility where you can test this is a new organism coming out, and you should have a data that these are the potential things what we have received so far in the report and what you are identifying is a new or not. If it is a new, then immediately should contact the local medical people, doctor people, what precautions we should make. Okay, so that kind of information is what we need. And employees also should learn that they should report to the organization if they find any unknown new things in the dock area. So suddenly they found something, a new material or new plant, okay, which is while cleaning they found something new. It's better to report them because they might cause some harmful effects. And so the green things, what we are doing is tells you that, so while identification of these things also, somewhere you can also kind of control that one. Okay, so when people are trying to do it, always try to give them a safety equipment, okay, proper safety gear, so give guidelines before, so periodically give training. Okay, so it's not that one day you give training and go, so we forget it. So basically annually we should give them guidelines, training, and then give a small kind of test and try to see whether they remember and follow it. Okay. For example, when I went to USA for research, so day one they gave a coaching on radioactive material handling because my experiments need that one. So they finished and go. But the certificate is valid only for 1 year. Next year I'm going to have to go and renew my certificate, correct? So I'll go and learn again so that I won't forget this safety regulation is very important. Okay, so that's one of them. And this is very important. So case studies. So whatever happened in any case, there should be a team who should take out these case studies, record, take an expert at the analysis, and compare. This is suppose a case study happened in somewhere in Australia. So now see if this happens in India, how we can manage that, right? Are we equipped to handle this kind of case which happened? So getting these case studies, analysis, and preventive measures to do that is one of the best way to do it. So I'll give a quick example of one case study in Western Australia. What happened is that, so a worker so he got infected, life-threatening respiratory system. Okay, so later they identified that bacteria is the Cyclobacter sanguinis. So this employee was admitted in hospital, very serious respiratory problem. So then they started looking at all this data. They found that, so before getting this one, so he is employed in cleaning the biological fouling. The fouling is what I mentioned. Right? Biological fouling in structures, marine structures, and also jetty pylons he was cleaning them. So they found that this is the probable infection that you would have got it from those cases. Then they took samples from there, identified that this is the bacteria. It's a toxic, harmful biohazard bacteria that the person got exposed. And so not only that, so they compared with other type of accidents or incidents happen in nearby area. Okay. For example, they got data from the fishing and aquaculture industries where a lot of fish died because of infection of this. So they can correlate and see, okay, because of this, these things happen, so we should be precautionary. So analysis talks about what possible contribution factors. So why a person got infected this one? Because basically so workers may be exposed to this biological hazard when cleaning this biofouling from marine infrastructures. Probably it could absorb through either through hand or through spore, inhale. These are the two possibilities. So if it is this one, if it is through the hand, what are the preventive measures that we need to take? If it is through inhaling, what are the preventive measures that we should take? So one need to find out what are the contributing factors for this kind of viruses. So how do these spreads? And hazards are also associated with the selective cleaning method. Okay, so how you are cleaning it out? Okay. Suppose I am using a jet air to pump or jet water to remove this one. So because of high pressure air, something the spores of this thing is exposed to air and you can inhale. Or if you would have cleaned slowly with hand, I would not have got exposed to this. So it also depends upon how you clean the place where the biohazard has contaminated. So basically always people tell that so adequate personal protective measures should be given while especially by doing this kind of thing, and training also should be provided. And so these are the things would have happened. So what kind of actions one should take? So these are case studies. People studied and say recommending one should do this kind of thing. So identify tasks where biohazard may be present. Okay. So now if you know that, so you may know that biofouling is one of the major areas where you can get contaminated. So once you identify that, so you need to give a lot of adequate measures for people working on that and give guidelines and training to. So conduct a risk assessment of biological assets well in advance. And for example, making marine infrastructure, fishing, agriculture industries. And all this assessment should include potential risks to exposure associated with cleaning methods. So once you find this is a biohazard, so how do the employee should clean or handle this material? So that should be made very clear. So and also ensure workers who may be exposed to biohazards, including marine bacteria, wear appropriate personal protective equipment. So it depends on the task and this thing. Your preventive things can be increased. For example, you can also give class P2 particulate mask for people to work involved in this cleaning and other things. And important thing is that so all dogs should have a sufficient provision for people to give a first aid, and it should be available at the closest place to where they work. They should not go quite far to get first aid. So this is a place where it should be available to very close access to the place where they are working it out, especially when they get cuts, nicks, scratches, and they are highly exposed to this kind of biohazards infections. And ensure workers also have adequate workplace facilities to enable them to clean up after their work. Okay, so before they go home, especially people working, handling the biohazards, they should have a provision to have a clean shower. Okay, clean shower and these things, and to go there so that they don't go spread outside if at all they are infected. And so always give information, instruction, training for workers on managing biological hazards when conducting cleaning. So especially you know that this is the things that you are doing. Some biological samples have come, you want to do it. So better to give an ad hoc instructions before doing this stuff. To remind him that okay, this is what you are going to do it. Be careful, don't be reckless in handling this one. Because not only you will get infected, but it also spreads to others. So that's what you have to make it out. And when other substances are used, ensure safety data sheets are readily available to the workers. Okay. So safety data is all. You don't know this is the thing. For example, you have acid, you know all this, how to handle it. Similarly, for biohazards also, you need to have a safety data how to handle it. So how do you handle all this? So you got to have protective gear usage, so periodic check of biohazard monitoring team, so just keep on doing it. So most importantly is this continuous update on policies and protocols based on studies and experience. For example, especially biothing, you don't know what happens next day. Right? Tomorrow you get some other virus or some other thing, some other problems. So always keep on editing policies. So you should have annual meetings and see what are the possible access related to biohazards, how to improve the safety, and change the policies and update it. And most importantly is a regular health check-up. Okay, of employees is very important, especially when they are having biohazards. Okay, so take all the immune responses analysis, all the regular blood tests and do it. Most importantly is maintain vaccine record for all the employees. Okay. So what we have is also called the flu vaccine. Okay, that works only for a year time. Okay. Especially people working on this one are easily contaminated with viral infections. So viral infection first attacks your respiratory system. Right? So having a flu vaccine for them, typhoid vaccine for them. So maintain those records is very, very important in case of safety measures for. I think this already Sumit sir mentioned this. So all ports has to follow this 9PG code, which take care of all the safety measures. Also, we should also follow some of these international maritime law, IMO laws. And what is more important is this last four things. So SOLS is nothing but an international convention for the safety of life at sea. So there's a convention and they discuss and make some policies. Similarly, we have STCW, this is for the standard of training, certification and watchkeeping for seafarers. And MARPOL is for the convention for prevention of pollution of ships. And also is maritime laboratory. So I think whether international is followed, I'm not sure about this one. I think for at least for our Indian ports and safety, we should have some kind of these national conventions and then have a debate and have a brainstorming session and see how we can improve the safety of the employees to the port, both for chemical and other biological hazards. My last slide, I think when you saw this many times, the hierarchy of control. So green means green and blue is very safe and red is very risky thing. So the best thing is to eliminate the hazard, that we cannot do it correctly. So hazards will come, we can't eliminate this one. Probably one can do is substitution, but I don't know how we substitute with the biological hazards. Okay, so that's how we will do it. Third one is what is called, what we can do is the engineering controls and administrative controls. Okay. Engineering controls is that, means that we give a kind of very good protection and all that protocols that we try to do. It is one engineering controls. In case of administrative control, for example, you know that this is a very risky thing. So don't expose this person too long time. So change the ships very quickly, or don't avoid human intervention. Okay. So try to develop some robots which can do this operation, so that humans are not exposed to this thing. So these are some of the things that we should look into future to see how, whenever there is most hazards, the exposure of humans should be as low as possible, so that we all will. So with this I will end my talk on infections with hazards. If you have any questions.
Sir, we talk about biohazards, but we are also hearing on the same time that there are certain bacteria which can eat plastics or eat oil. So is it possible? How much work has happened in India and where we have used this bacteria for our advantage? Is it possible to control to use them in a controlled way so that it does not create a human hazard?
So you are asking about plastic degradation.
No. I am asking about, there are several bacteria who are known to have to eat plastics and convert them into a less hazardous material. And there are a lot of bacteria who can even in international warfare also, in geopolitics also we are hearing that there are bacteria developed which can eat oil also. Oil, petroleum oil. So whether this for oil spillage in somewhere, whether we can use this for our advantage in a controlled way and safer way.
So what people do in biotechnology to make this kind of technology, so most widely used bacteria for oil degradation is Pseudomonas bacteria. Okay. So before they use this thing, so they will check for the toxicity of the organism. So once they found that it is non-toxic to this thing, then only they can be used for the spilling and plastic degradation approaches.
Whether we have demonstrated whether we have used this?
Yeah.
Use cases?
Yes, people have used the oil degradation through bacteria. So oil degradation and oil recovery from oil wells, people have used the microbial methods to degrade it. So plastics is not commercialized because plastics takes very long time to break down. So it cannot happen through one-step process. So the way people do is that first do chemical treatment of plastics, make the bonds make weaker, and then use microbes, so it will be faster. But the process at research level it is being done, but not at commercial level. Of plastics by. So that is another challenging area in biotech is that people working on biopolymers. So in Europe, many of these plastic polymers are replaced by polylactic acid bags. So they are biodegradable. So that's what another easy approach of going this one. But the limitation is that cost is little high. The plastic source is very cheap. It's from crude oil, petroleum, you can make plastics. Right? But in biological thing, the cost for plastics is very high. People are trying to do a lot of genetic engineering approaches to make process easy to reduce the cost. But oil still degradation people have used very toxic degradation. So not only the toxic bacteria, we also have a lot of marine plants, marine bacteria which give a lot of new antibiotic, new compounds also. We also have positive side. But one also have the risk of getting exposed to this.
I think, Professor, these are some of the most important points that you have raised. I'm truly thankful to you that you have raised these issues. Our department will work with you to take out an advisory on these lines, so that all the port authorities across the country, all the 11 ports can actually keep these things in mind. You have explained things in such a simple way that any layman can understand, and these are the things we'll ensure that the advisory is issued to all the port authorities, so that our workers are safe. And we continue to work with ideas to further refine it and further improve upon it. We'll also sort of our department will also ensure that professor is able to go to different ports and see that how things are, so that how we can identify some of these things, how we can take all these precautions and ensure that all these sort of issues are handled and our workers are safe. So thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much.
So thank Raj Mohan and Sir for giving me an opportunity to introduce to this biohazard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I kindly invite Professor Raj Mohan, sir, NIT. Please come on the dais to felicitate. Raj Mohan, sir. So I request Mr. Vipul Kumar Mishra, Director Safety, to honor. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to session 3. The topic will be competence and supervision in handling hazardous chemical by Dr. Kunal Sharma from DG Fast.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, my session is competence and supervision for handling hazardous chemicals. See, truly speaking, to handle chemicals, it is a tough job in today's scenario, because number of people in the world or the population, similarly number of chemicals are there. Each and every chemical has different properties, different first aid measures, different distribution strategies. So it is very tough for everybody to ascertain how to handle the chemicals. So I would like to start with a case study which I personally encountered, wherein handling of chemicals is a big problem. So I was earlier with the National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA. So where we got the news that around say 525 small girl kids got fainted in school. So we got the news at around 6 a.m. and we have to rush to that area. So it was basically a depot in Delhi, Tughlaqabad. So what happened in the morning, we got the news that during assembly, 500-600 kids got fainted. Now just imagine if one small kid gets fainted, how much panic will be there in the area. And 500 kids were there, so it is very tough for us to provide the response mechanism, activate the relief mechanism, everything is a first wait. But then also during this type of emergencies, we have to respond, and we have responded. What happened that our container, a truck was being imported from China. So it was being imported from China. It was basically in organophosphate, 2-chloro, 5-chloro-methyl pyridine. And it is being used for making pesticides and all these things. So it was being transported to Sonipat in a company. During the transit period, everybody has to stop at any depot. So during the night, it got stopped over there, and in the night they generally, because of no entry part, it was there only. But the driver was trained, he witnessed that, okay, there is some certain leakage in this material. Okay, leakage was there, then he reported to his authorities, sir, there is certain leakage, what to do? He told, do you find any issues, any toxic material, any type of things? Any issues? He told, sir, nothing happened. So again, 2, 3, 4, he again reported to the depot authorities, sir, there is some leakage in the container, what to do? Then also nobody responded, and at 4 o'clock when the no entry opens, he left that place and reached to the location of Sonipat. Now the problem starts from this place. Before everything is clear, there was only some trace of white powder material during the premises where truck was standing, and you know the process of cleaning. 5:30 odd cleaners will come and they will clean by using certain 2 more buckets of water. Similarly, they have done the same thing. They have just cleaned using the brooms. Everything was clean and they left the place. The problem comes after that place because around say 6:30, small kids, primary students, they walk to that place, and we know how students walk. They generally push legs and all these things. This is the way they travel. And when around 700 kids got assembled in the school, suddenly around 700 small girl kids got fainted. Now the issue comes to all the responders. Think about your side, think about our side, think about the Delhi government, NDMA, NDRF. We all are very much connected. What to do, how to do, we don't know. Only got the news 700 kids got fainted. It is a chemical attack, it is a terrorist activity, it is a leakage. We nobody knows. But yes, we have to respond. Anyway, we got the news, the we have rushed the place. So during that, because we are in Delhi NCR, so we have AIMS, we have hospitals, so we have tried to take these girls at 5:25 kids got fainted, and fortunately nobody got severe issues in that. But now the problem comes, what was the actual problem? How will you identify that there is a hazard? How is the competence? How will you ascertain that chemicals are there or toxic environment is there? It is very tough for us. Any responders. It is not very clear because we have some informed services people also. They know very much. It is very difficult for this thing. How to respond to the medical part. It is again a big challenge in case of chemical poisoning or toxicity. Anyway, the issue was that it was an organophosphate material, and there is a certain terms called in chemical engineering for incompatible chemicals. That means it is incompatible certainly. So when this organophosphate material, they poured some 3-4 odd buckets of water, it formulated toxic fumes. And due to the density, it only formulated toxic fumes up to a height of 3 to 4 feet. This is the only thing. And when the small kids, primary kids, they traveled, they inhaled that particular chemical, organophosphate, and got fainted in one. So this type of issues comes in dog safety area also. One cargo is there because people thought it's an odd white powder. It was being imported from China. Nothing, nobody knows. Stamp card was there. No properties listed that it could be happen because nobody thought that incompatible issues will come in picture. So how will you think about that part? So these are issues which is very much relevant. That whenever you talk about any chemicals, you have to think about all situations or say worst case scenarios. What could happen? Think about any dog safety part or dog's part material is there. What will you think? It's an odd material which is being transported from this place to that place. But the properties do change in case of this thing. So that is why it is much required to build upon the competence or supervision. What could be the odd properties is very much required. Next, please. So these are the broader topics because I will not take much time because of this thing. But yes, overall presentation over will be hazardous chemicals, competence, risk assessment, safe handling, safe storage, and all these issues are there. We will focus on that. Next, please. So now the issue is there. The properties of chemicals, particularly hazardous chemical, could be toxic, flammable, reactive, corrosive, oxidizing. So all these issues comes into picture. So for that part, we have to focus upon all these things. Particular chemicals have particular effect. Is it a blister agent? It is a nerve agent. It is a capacitating agent. So every chemicals have different type of things. For example, you all have witnessed the styrene leakage in Visakhapatnam. What happened in styrene? It got propagated from on-site to off-site. Think about this premises. We are in Chennai and the docks having certain type of material got leaked. Everybody is being trapped. Because I got in disaster field, so I know very well. It is very tough to provide relief, response, and recovery at the same time. Talking about Tulaga workplace, 500 odd kids there. Just imagine 500, and then again the problem was sensitivity. He never knows what is going on. They all are dual-use chemicals. So you can use on productive way and the negative way. So you can see the description of a part. For example, toxicity. It harms to living organisms, especially through inhalation or contact. So all this property we have to certify, ascertain that okay, certain chemicals, certain properties, and we can very easily mitigate chemicals because it's a technological part. It is not a natural type of thing that we don't know the antidotes, we don't know the properties until unless there is activity chemicals. For example, saline and all these things are there. Until unless we don't have any issues. We are not going to chemical agent part, but which is being used by terrorist people. But normal chemicals, we know the antidote. If you know the MSDS, we can easily tell, depending on the quantity. Styrene I was talking about. Again, the issue was that I got a call from NDMA. Parallelly, meeting was there with the Prime Minister. Everybody was asking that what could be the probable antidote. It is very tough at that situation. When NDRA has arrived, we have a team, but again we don't have an antidote. How do you think in Visakhapatnam they have a number of industries? If you come, what is the antidote? So the golden hour response is very much required. We have to focus upon that part. How to respond. In disaster, we say 1 hour response. In technological disaster, we say 40 minutes. We have to respond within 40 minutes. If we are wasting that 40 minutes time, it is very tough to save the life of people. So we have to think on that part. So again, they asked, there is DRDO, there is everywhere, PRC, but issue was that we don't have the proper antidote. Then we got some technical documents, we have found that okay, right now we can use activated charcoal as an antidote. This is the only use thing which you can do at time of response, because there are thousands of people. So this we have given NDRF, they have just used the water and activated charcoal, take the mixture, everybody they will drink, at least some poison was been absorbed and we can save the life of people. So these are the things which you have to ascertain. You are handling the bulk cargo, the properties are going to change, can be changed by the time. There could be technology part. So all these things should be there. So parallelly, I have this thing talking about the flammability. Thing has some certain issues. Examples you can see for chlorine. Chlorine again is a very big problem. Parallelly, we have again witnessed the issue. Next slide, please. Next. So again, I will give an example. It's a very common example. Most of you are from South system. There is a place in Shamli, in nearby Delhi. Shamli is the biggest industries for sugarcane production. So again, we got a news in the morning that around say 400, 300 odd kids got fainted during the travel to school. Because Delhi is a vulnerable location, we got the news. Everybody rushed to the location. Kya hua bhai? Shamli mein what is going to happen? Shamli don't have any industries. Only we have sugar industries. So again, going for the root cause analysis, we found that the sugar cane, after using the sugar cane, the molasses have been thrown in the open area. This was a regular practice in that particular area. The mistake was that they were throwing in a pond which was having some water. After 3-4 months, you know the formula of this bagasse 66H406, again it formed methane over there and people got irritated. Very simple thing, very simple issues are there. By the time it got changed and methane got formulated. It's a small issue, but again the response time again is a big problem. Until unless you are not going to find your enemy, how will you fight? You have to, doctor has to treat methane and you just go and ask to any authorities. Number of chemicals are there in port authorities. How many doctors are trained for handling chemicals? How many chemicals? Antidote of styrene is another, antidote of toluene is another, antidote of another really different. So everything is going parallel. So these are the things which we have to focus upon: hazard communication and training. Parallelly for the SDS, safety data sheet is the biggest tool which we have to utilize. If we know and if we don't even know, we know mobile and Google are there. Just type the material name of the chemical, you will find SDS of any chemical. If you don't have the certified copy, but as of fact is that we go for the certified copy, it should be again the owner has to provide the new copy of the MSDS because there could be a probable changes. But finally, if you are not going any MSDS, then once you go for the Google part, see the SDS, talk about the first aid measures, even save the life of people. Chemical labeling again is a very big problem. We use containers, incompatible containers also. Generally, we use the material again. We are taking water, somebody we are taking paint, and we are using. Ongoing training, interactive learning modules, and case examples are again the things which everybody had to ascertain and learn. Because until unless you are going in the field, you are not able to understand the issues related to chemical emergencies. It is not a simple biological emergency. It will take time. No, sudden should be there, and it is a very problem for each and everything. Next, please. Then competence supervision in handling various chemicals again. Competence would be based training program. You have to focus upon that part only. For example, you are grouping a certain type of chemicals. These have blistering agent or nerve agent. You have to think it is going to attack on your nervous system. So bifurcate it is very simple. Whatever work cargo you are carrying in your plant, in your premises, you can easily ascertain. Don't think that this chemical is very simple, but the reactivity of this chemical could be very different with another chemical. For example, a number of rainy season comes to your place. What is the effect of certain chemicals on the rain? What is the content of the moisture? So this type of things you have to build up competence. Supervision protocol should be very clear, regular inspection and real-time monitoring. Until unless you have real-time monitoring mechanism, you will not able to ascertain how to go, which to go. It is very tough. Generally in industries we do that. We have system that gives us a deviation in any material thing. If there deviation in the ambient environment, we got the rate and data on the basis of certain tools. Then there are certain standards though. Next please. This again is a very important thing. You have to go for risk assessment and hazard mitigation. There is a terminology we call in our field disaster that's called HRVCA, Hazard, Risk, Vulnerability and Capacity Assessment. Until unless you are integrating all the terms. I never quote that this can be mitigated 100%. There is always a chance that risk is present in the ambient environment. But if we are having this terminology, HRVCA, what is the hazard, what is the risk, what is the vulnerability of capacity assessment? For example, we are having workers. Some workers are of age group 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60. So who is the most vulnerable? Who is of the upper age? Parallelly, if we have female workers or say some small age group of workers, so we have to focus upon that part. Who is most vulnerable? Because then only you can devise the risk mitigation strategy. For example, you have odd workers 50 to 60 age, then there is entirely different protocols. Parallelly, if you have these people, there is a different protocol. So vulnerability assessment is very much important. It could be two. You are a quantitative assessment. You have to focus upon models, how to go for devise a worst case situation, think about that scenario, it could be done, and just come up with the ideas. This idea told about Tulakabad case, 2,500 people we have to fight. Think about 25,000 people. Think about salary leakage. Entire city got in a big problem. So how will you cater the situations? It is very tough to cater. Again, I give example 2017, 18. DRI team along with DRDO caught a drug dealer. Fentanyl drug is there. You must remember fentanyl drug. So he again using fentanyl drug as a weapon. So he used this. He was sitting in a small laboratory and making opioids for this particular thing. He has made a small dose of pills and he was to attack US. Mexican funding, US attack. So DRI team caught, what are you doing, sir? It's fentanyl, anesthetic drug, very easily available in the market. So these are the issues which we face. Small chemical composition property chain can have a very big issues. DRI team knows very well regarding this part, and we face these issues at that time. How to capture these type of issues. And then again, identification tools you can use. Safety is a tool. Then we have a tool called FAST, PHAST, FAST. You can use this tool. It is easily available in the market. So these tools give you real-time monitoring. You just create an environment. Parallelly, if you don't have any money, then also you have free apps in the market. Cameo, Aloha, Marplot. Just go for all these applications. Put in the data. You get the dispersion modeling data, real-time data. For example, the wind velocity is this type of thing. The moisture is this. He will analyze the data on its own and tell this is the zone. Because until unless you are not able to know the hot zone, you are in a tough situation. Even in medical part, we have faced these issues. During the risk assessment or say mock exercises, what we felt that doctors are being allowed to enter the hot zone. But as per the SOP or the IRS incident response mechanism system, we never allow any doctor to enter the warm zone. Or the other cold zone. Who is allowed? Who will go to the triage part? So this is identified. Triage part will be done by the paramedics. We have seen in number of times in the mock drills that doctor itself is doing the triage part. He is identifying the victims over there. Who is vulnerable, who is not vulnerable. If he is identifying, he will treat the in case of these scenarios. So these are things we should be taken. Use activated charcoal as an antidote. This is the only use as I told you before. Get very vulnerable. You don't know what hazardous material. Beirut explosion, you know very well. The ammonium nitrate part is stored for 5-10 years. Only why? Because the ship has not paid the taxes. It was there only. Small fire took place, and what happened? And number of people got affected. 7,000 got injured, and say more than 500 got killed in Beirut explosion. So these types of material are there in our ports. Maybe for the clearance part, it is there. We thought, okay, they haven't paid in something, but the competition should be there. We don't have to take about the money part, but finally just think what is the property of that particular chemical. Maybe for this part also. Next, please. Then safe handling, loading and unloading procedures. Again, we have standard selection operating procedures. SOP should be there. Automated systems, spill management equipments, automation in dock operations, temperature and pressure control. These properties are very much affecting right now. For example, now you are witnessing the heat wave. What the SOP we have made is 50 years back, but right now the heat wave comes into a new picture, or cold wave. So what happened? The impact of heat wave on workers, it will negate the productivity or efficiency of the workers. How it is being downgraded, we have to focus upon that part. Parallelly, after the COVID, we haven't done any study for the workers' impact on the COVID part, how he is responding to this system. So all these things should be taken care of. The protocol should be there. Example, again, I have given the port of Antwerp has adopted a fully automated system. So we can adopt all these activities. It is not very tough for us to adopt the new technologies or new mechanisms. It is available. For example, AI is there. You can have AI part. COVID we have seen for temperature identification. They have done the use AI part, so we can use all these things. Next, please. Safe storage practices. Again, it's a very big example. Segregation of the materials, regular storage inspections, real-time monitoring for storage areas and automated ventilation systems. Again, industrial hygiene is a very big issue in confined spaces. For example, workers are there, what is the impact of ventilation, what is the variation in the air flow. So all this thing is very much important, and these competencies should be developed in the port areas, parallelly any areas. Wherever we handling hazardous material, parallelly chemicals part. Again, the port of Austin employs automated gas detection systems, and DRDO have that mechanism. You can easily take parallelly radiation. Also, we have MRD system, mobile radiation detection system. Just install a 5,000 odd rupees material, you can detect the radiation. What is the radiation temperature? From that detection itself, you can say, okay, there is a variation in the properties of any material chemical. So from MRDS, you can make whatever chemical you are handling in the port. Next. Emergency response and field control. This is a very important aspect on-site emergency plan. As per the MSIC rules 1989, any port handling hazardous chemical listed in Schedule 2 and 2 should have an on-site emergency plan. If you don't have an on-site emergency plan, you are not allowed to run the business of hazardous chemicals. So parallelly, every port has this on-site plan. It should be regularly updated. The report should be submitted to the district administration. Why? Because then only district administration can integrate the same in the off-site plan. Until unless you are not giving the right data, the properties of the chemical, the quantity you are storing, what will be the probable impact, it is very tough for the district administration or the government to take steps. This is the biggest challenge we are facing in any area. Industries also, port also, right data is not with the district administration. Until unless you have proper this thing, how will you respond? For example, the DN got just changed, we don't know the properties or vicinity of the area. He has to respond in emergency situation. Style, you know very well what happened. Nobody has this thing, and it has given the alarming situation twice. But again, it got leaked. So these are the issues, because if they have an on-site plan, styrene again is a hazardous chemical, the preparation or the mitigation strategies could be easily devised. So we should have split distance system. RRTs should be there. I don't know what is the condition of RRTs, but you go in Jamnagar refinery and all these places, biggest refining units, you will get the RRTs over there. 200 equipped people are there. So within 5 minutes, they will reach the incident site, and they will respond accordingly. So all these things should be there. You can make a team of on your workers people. It is not getting much thing. You will be get trained by local SDRF, NDRF. They will give you free training. No issues for that. Again, get the training. Make a team of people. Go for the training part. Coordination response protocols. Again, this is an important thing. For example, Port of Valencia has established 24/7 emergency response center. It is very much important how to respond in case of emergency. Who is the incident commander? Who is the deputy incident commander? Who will respond to the medical part? Until unless you are going to enlist in the plan, it is very tough, because we don't know our personal jobs, roles and responsibilities. Every people say 5 people are there, they will respond, but it is not like that. Depending on the properties, for example, you must be knowing, but you say the chemical part. Who is the nodal ministry? You think is the dealing with chemicals? Anybody? Who is the nodal ministry dealing with the chemical emergencies? Not the technical people. Those who are from port side. Who is the chemical ministry dealing with the chemical emergencies? Any guess? I know lunchtime is nearby, but you can guess also when you are not there. Any guess which ministry, which body deals with the chemical emergencies in India? Which ministry? MO? PNG. No, sorry. No, any other? PESO. Okay, any other guess?
Atomic energy.
Atomic energy. Good guess, but not right. It is basically Ministry of Environment, Forestry, Climate Change. So you have to be very clear which particular industry is there. Again, for the you have talked about the radiation part, that is DAE. Parallelly for heat wave, which is the ministry? You have seen the heat wave in Chennai. Which ministry deals with the heat wave? Which department you have to? Meteorological department. This department. I told ministry.
Ministry of Earth Science.
Ministry of Earth Science. A good clap for him. Very good clap, because it's a very productive answer. And this is the awareness what we want to deliver as a facilitator, that we should know at least the basics. We don't want to go in group. We don't want bigger R&D. It's a small do's and don'ts which can go for this thing. It is a coordinated response plan. You should have heard in any training or plan. You could easily say, okay, this is the emergency, this is the medical strategy, and this is the person whom to contact. Finally, for the radiation part, it's a separate SOP. How to react with the DA people, BRC people, local ERCs, we have to coordinate. Next, please. So, on-site is a very big thing. If port authorities have the on-site plan, it is very good, but try to update as soon as possible, because I know bulk cargo is coming regularly, and you have to handle the situation. If you are not updating on-site plan, forget that we are able to help. Go for the regular update plan. Make the plan on yourself. Don't hire consultants. Make the plan on your own self. Department team can lead this thing. Next is supervise bills and audits. safety drills, audits, third-party audits, regular collective drills. It is very much required. Go for the proper system. It is a good thing to inspect our capacity. HRBCA capacity assessment. What is the capacity of our body to handle an emergency situation? So safety again is your safety. We came here, we will go back, but you have to live there. So you have to assess your safety, capability of Chennai district, capability of Port Authority. It is not us only talk about NDRF every time. NDRF people come and say that no, it's not like that. It is you people that develop the golden our response. You have seen the cyclone in Odisha. Have you seen? And early cyclone was coming, n number of people are got injured or death also was there. Then government released a this thing program called NCRMP, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program. So they have did nothing. They have made the people got aware and they know where to go in case of this emergency. So everybody uses that particular destination during the emergency, and when there is no emergency, it is being used for a community center. So they have reduced the mortality, morbidity, everything in Odisha. So we have to devise this thing with the help of supervised drills, audits. For example, Port of Sector has developed this type of emergency system. So they go for the drills. You are expert in chemical, go for the chemical drill. You are expert in biological, talk to people from biohazards. They know very well what are the issues of the bio. Finally, for radiation content BRC, people are always ready. These people never ever say that stop. Next please. Regulatory compliance, then OSHA is a body which is very good. Parallelly, GHS, globally harmonized system. You should understand this thing. GHS is a system which talks about UN convention wherein say 132 odd countries have signed a convention. Why we have signed? For example, I have produced a chemical in India and somebody using in say Gulf country who is not knowing the Indian system is not able to ascertain the properties of that chemical. So GHS says globally harmonized system, everything is harmonized. Anybody anywhere can understand the properties of chemical. So here we can easily ascertain, okay, this chemical, this color, this coding, this number, easily ascertain. There are certain colors also you have seen, in several chemicals, the red color is there, reactive yellow is there, number systems are there, so it is available. So we have to go for regulatory compliance. Cross-border coordination, again, how to, Weather Convention again talks about certain coordination, but it is not pertaining to you, but if the properties are coming from some other countries, then all these conventions come into picture. Next please. Continuous improvement through technology. I always talk about drones and remote sensing. For example, IARS is there, in Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. They have already devised a drone mechanism which use the inundation mapping to highlight the flood zone or say landslide zone. Why? On the basis of properties of this material. So parallelly, if you are using these technologies, whatever storage in your docks, the technology can ascertain, okay, this amount is filled, this is not filled. So you can reduce the pressure over there, temperature variation can be monitored, and a simple drone can solve a big problem. No need to manual monitoring, automatic monitoring can be example. Advanced detection systems, drones with infrared sensors, artificial intelligence, predictive analytics. So these are technologies already people are coming, IT is doing, DIO is doing, everybody is doing. So we can use this technology from these people, ask them customize product from these people. They all are doing. Next session, DRDO people will tell the technology they have developed, which is very helpful to all of us. So all these things are there. Example again, the Port of Long Beach is using a drone program for ascertaining all these global standards and the materials. Next please. So this is an important slide. If you say it's concluding slides where competence, international guidelines and standards and Indian standards rules set. Whatever is applicable, it is easily all over the website free of cost. Talk about, you want to know about the hazard classification regulation, you go and learn this document. UNRTG, INDG, OSHA hazard communication. It's very easy for you. Just open the document, whatever is your particular job, you do this job. Indian standards, then we have explosive acts, explosive rules, petroleum act and gas cylinder rules. So if you are handling some materials, you can easily coordinate. Talking about risk assessment, then OSHA is giving something, NFPA, Fire Protection agencies give something, you can use this. Parallelly, Factories Act is there, section 7 talks about this thing, 41 CB again is there, hazardous chemicals. So you can talk about this sections, you can ascertain, it is very clearly mentioned. It's not a rocket science, you have to just learn 2 or 3 odd pages and you can get the solution over there. Use of PPs, safe transportation, training certification, n number of international codes, plus Indian IS code is also there, this is there, and standard rules. So just correlate whatever is your requirement, correlate this particular thing and come up with the answer. It is not again, you have to go for a big training, use these documents and you will be in a very comfort zone. Not required for any other material. Yes, there are materials, there are apps. Right now we were doing something with DRDO long time back. We are trying to develop an application which can give the real time distance, say zoning distance in case of any emergency occurs. It generally gives the distance that during the emergency of certain amount of chemicals, what is the area, because at that time we will not enter the confined red zone. So all these things are there, and you can, if they permit, slide will be shared. But on the basis of competency, we have to follow this odd 10 major things. Use these documents and try to learn on your own progress. Next please. So with this conclusion, we have to focus training on for mastery, strong supervision, smart tech integration, collaborative safety culture, and continuous innovation. It is very small thing. We have to use our safety culture. Think about the safety part. It's not about that it's a mandate, it's a enforcement authority, then we are on the paper doing safety. No, it's not like it is a life, it's a culture. We have to go. But yes, with the help of continuous innovation, enhancing the skill, we all know how we have started using Paytm and all these things by the when Prime Minister given the directives. Everybody started using Paytm and all these apps. So it's only this thing only. There are 100 numbers of apps over there, technologies who can give you real-time monitoring, real-time data analysis. Only we have to open the app and think something about this. So with this, next please. Thank you very much. And any questions you can ask me. Any questions please? I know lunch is there, but you can ask any questions to me. So I think I'm on time. It's 12:59. One will be a lunch because again everybody will be waiting for the lunch. So thank you.
Able to view the screen only, sir. Yes, sir. This is the angle of the camera. Here it will change. Yes, sir. Let us see only this.
Welcome back for the afternoon session. I request the delegates and audience to please be seated. And let us occupy the first 3 rows. Please occupy the first 3 rows. Because in the middle of the session, we will find our chairman and head of the departments and other guests arriving. So let us occupy the chairs from front. Session 3 will be taken by Professor Rajmohan, NIT, Suratkar. The topic will be risk assessment, advanced techniques in risk assessment and management of hazardous chemicals. I request Professor Rajmohan to please start.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So, very good afternoon to all. I'm Professor Rajmohan from NIT Suratkar, Department of Chemical Engineering. I've been involved in this disaster-related work from 2018 onwards. I've been holding this coordinator for Center of Excellence for Disaster Risk Reduction, to which I could able to interact or get along with the MDMA, and later Dr. Kunal was introduced to me, and we are now sailing in this, you can say, dock safety. And the very first program of this dock safety was being done in New Bangalore Port Authority last month, in September. So there I had a different topic. So today is about the risk assessment. So again, it is about advanced techniques in risk assessment. So I may touch upon that, but initially I would like to share the information about the hazards related to seaports, and followed by, you can say, about the traditional techniques which have been used assessment in ports, followed by 1 or 2 examples where we pitch into the machine learning, which is considered to be one of the advanced techniques for risk assessment. So next slide, please.
Which one, sir? Sir? Sir, which one, sir?
So basically, ports, right, it's one of the gateway for national growth on economic basis, of course on other manufacturing, other kind of things. So we have say totally around 40, 39 to 40 ports, and earlier it was being considered major ports, and I think 30 would have been there now. So there are 30 major ports, and we have other less ports in our country. So this ports, you can say, generally speaks about handling cargoes rather than passenger ships. Here we have been doing, not from our age-old days, you can say our state is very famous for shipping and business. That's how, for business, the East India Company had come to India. Okay. So we have very famous, you can say, about naval fleets. One of the biggest and strongest was, you can say, during Rajaraj Chola's time. So we have been famous on the global scenario that shipping is one of our strengths. So the shipping means large consignments. You have to handle large amount of goods. So when you handle this large goods, usually large goods, whether it is hazardous or not, when you handle things which are huge in quantity, it has some kind of a risk or some kind of a, you can say, hazard, where you can meet with accidents naturally because of its inertia or because of its, you can say, about the bulk nature. So when we speak about hazardous goods handling in ports, we should be much more, careful about handling them. So hence, you can say about these activities which are associated with loading, unloading, or you can say about checking or inspecting of cargo, all this being associated with the port activities have some kind of, you can say, hazard, and it's definitely having hazard if they are handling hazardous goods. Okay. So these are some of, you can say, activities which you have been doing day-to-day life, and you have, you can say, about the people will be bumping into, you can say, many kind of, you can say, accidents or you can say some kind of an injuries, right, when they handle such kind of or involved in such kind of activities. So it can be just, you can say, musculoskeletal injuries to death or sometimes maybe even very fatal. Next slide, please. Okay, this is some of the hazards which have been associated with docks, and we can say about how you have this kind of things being prevailing or situation being prevailing over there. Right from working over water, dock edge protections, then planning of, you can say, lifting and lifting operations, banksman work, then dock lifting, you can say, equipments, working on the top or derricks. So all this, you can say, kind of hazards which are associated with docks. And next slide, please. Next slide. So hazards to shore workers, again something which is contained within docks and something which is on the shore or you can say on the ship. Of course, again on the ship you can say about there are a lot of, you can say, activities which happens on the ship as they carry, you can say, bulk amount of goods. So they do have been, or you can say, been posed with a lot of threats or hazards in these activities. Exclusively to say the container ships where you have the majority of accidents being happening for people who are working on board or you can say on the deck. So next is about the cargo handling and other, you can say, shore workers do have experienced this kind of, or being exposed to this kind of risk, which we can say about conditions and also the safety standards. So next, you can think about the designing and building, or you can say building of some kind of an operational procedures, which is very specific to certain kind of transportation industry. Exclusive, which could be a container, which could be a solid bulk material, which could be even, you can say, oil, chemical, gas, and many other activities. Even you can say about the ro-ro ships where you have wheel, you can say vehicles on their board. So likewise, you have many such kind of activities, either on the deck, or sorry, on the docks, or over the ship, right, where you have always some kind of other being, as a threat which is there for them. So it is mean again, you need to say all the ships which do this kind of handling work need to comply with the the International Safety Management course, right, which is again being required when you go for even hazardous. Maybe still modified. Next slide, please. Next slide. So hazards to shore workers, again something which is contained within docks and something which is on the shore or you can say on the deck. So next, you can think about the designing and building of some kind of an operational procedures, which is very specific to certain kind of transportation industry. Exclusive, which could be a container, which could be even, you can say, oil, chemical, gas, and many other activities. Even you can say about the ro-ro ships where you have wheel, you can say vehicles on their board. So likewise, you have many such kind of activities, either on the deck, or sorry, on the docks, or over the ship, right, where you have always some kind of other being, as a threat which is there for them. So it is mean again, you need to say all the ships which do this kind of handling work need to comply with the International Safety Management course, right, which is again being required when you go for even hazardous materials. Yeah. So I've been mentioning about this, the International Safety Management Code, which is one of the mandatory. Next slide, please. So this is generally the kind of, you can say about containers or you can say shipments which you have in your port, right? It could be a container ship, it could be a bulk carrier, it could be even some chemical tankers like LPG and so on. You also have, you can say about crude oil, tankers, where some of the ships do come to the port and discharge or unload them. Some ports do work by the remote mooring systems. And of course, we have one like that in Malmo for MRPL. And you also have the other, we can say about kind of ships which can be operated. Okay, these are common hazards which are there associated with a ship. You can say in a port area, where you can say the hazards could be on the structural front, where you can say there will be a misfailure or poorly designed, or you can say about it may be undergoing some kind of corrosion or other kind of. If you visit, because from the port area, you will find any ship which comes into some of the other part will be corroded, and maybe even a weak points which could be an unsafe conditions for them. You also have, you can say, the safety standards and procedures where those would have not been followed. So you say that on the management side, okay, where the protocols not being followed properly. So I can say about the ship operations, you can hatch cover operations, operations of the ship cranes, ships rail mounted, you can say gantry cranes, main deck mooring winches. Likewise, on shipboard there are some kind of operations, and cargo handling also you have some operations. They say 35% of the injuries happen when you handle, you can say on the ship or the ship to shore interface. When you are trying to bunkering or the ship is approaching to the berth, right? They contribute more than 35% of, you can say, about injuries or you can say about hazard being prone to them. 25% when you handle, you can say, storage, I can say in the containers. Basically, the container yards where the vehicles to move fast, they carry lift, you can say mounting on some other vehicles. So likewise, again, 25% is only on the dock, but still it is very much required to take care. So the container ship loading and unloading operations are one of the main, activities of you can say in a port, where there also you have find a lot of, you can say about this, or you can say hazards associated with all these activities which is mentioned over there. So I'll come to this later. So again, manual handling on container ships, container top, working on the top of the containers, then containerist goods which are basically having dangerous or carrying dangerous goods is one of, you can say, the highly dangerous activity which has the highest risk of any kind of an accident or further develop to that of a disaster. So you have 9 classes of this dangerous goods that being classified. So under this, you can say the solid bulk materials which are chemicals, right, are called as dangerous cargoes, which are come in large consignments like substances, dangerous goods. Again, you can classify this dangerous goods, right, into the next slide, which says about which has again a 9 categories or 9 classes of materials which have some kind of hazard associated with them or by virtue. So you say it is the immediate threat like explosives, which can, you can say blower, which can create even, it may not be the heat which would have traveled, but you can say about the waves which can say propagate, may lead to many other kind of disaster, damage to the property and also to the people over there. So dangerous goods which have been stored and transported, goods which commonly been carried on ships, again which should be, which is basically being listed by your International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code. So this all been there, and again they have been assigned with some kind of names, which is say the United Nations number, which is a 4-digit number, and they also classify about the different classes and their properties of, you can say, hazard. So here they run between say UN 004 to UN 3600, and you have the proper shipping names, which is also says or which will be enabled over the hazardous goods, right? So they have again different, can say about name, which is could be again commonly said as a name, and which also follows with your, you can say, the classes of hazards. So some of them are said as, you can say, non otherwise, you can say not otherwise means specific, because they may not fall under your hazardous goods, but still they have some kind of a property which may create some hazard. So these 9 classes you have been already exposed. I think some of them have been discussing about it in the morning. Again, one is the topmost priority, which says about explosives. 2 comes to gases, and again under 2 you have 3 classifications, which are flammable, non-flammable, and again toxic. The third one is about the liquids. The fourth one is about the solids. Again under the fourth you have 3 more categories, and the fifth is, you can say, about oxidizing or you can say substances. And you have 6th, which is toxic and infectious substance, which say the biohazard comes to enter. Next is you have the 7th, which is radioactive. You need to remember this 1, 4, 7, all those things which are highly dangerous. So 7 is radioactive material, and 8 is, you can say, corrosive substance. 9 is miscellaneous dangerous substances. So they have some kind of, you can say, UN code, which is again the 4-digit number, which designated to these, you can say, chemicals, which pose some kind of hazard. So you can say about the PSN also is listed accurately the name of the goods, okay, and it is a technical name, also has been associated or been given over there. There will be a commercial name, and you also have this technical name as your PSN or called proper shipping names, okay, assigned to this dangerous goods. So coming to this, we say class 1, class 2 and class 7 divisions which don't fall under this, and of course division 4.1. There are some materials which are also, you can say, dangerous, which can be specified in terms of, you can say, the packing groups, which says highly dangerous, medium danger, or it poses some low danger. So this can be again verbally been seen based on the size of the, you can say, about the font, or you can say about the size of your namings, which says highly danger, the danger will be in the biggest font or bigger size of the font. Okay. So likewise, they also been characterized on different colors. So colors also do fluctuate between green to red, or from yellow, orange, and red. Okay. So this is all they do classified packing, you can say, groups. So again, if you have a mixture, you have a mixture which is having more than one component being present, or more than, usually we say more than one component is a mixture or a solution. So when this components, if one among them is hazardous material and you do have the other non-hazardous material to them, then also you can say classify them under this, you can say, packaging groups, and you also need to specify that as not otherwise being specified. Still, they pose some kind of a danger or hazard. So this is how it looks like. So this is for a freight, you can discount by shipping. This is how a container or a package do contain or has some information about its hazardous nature. Okay. So coming on to this, you can see here, the top, let us go from the right, it says this cargo can be only taken by aircraft. Okay. Similarly, you may have some specific names, or you can say about designations on the containers or consignments, which may travel by ship also. So you see a UN number being given over there, right, which says about UN 2365, and down you have a proper shipping name which says the material is corrosive liquid, it's about its property. Next is also says about it is acidic and organic. Okay, but you do have its technical name, or it's also called the commercial name as it's carburyl chloride. Okay, so it's again corrosive material. So likewise, you can say about all this information on the goods which is being carried. So these are some of the general requirements, standard operating procedure, or you can say operational procedures which need to be followed. And again, it need to be prepared for each of your ports. And there will be, you can say, about a person who may be specifically associated with, could be a berth or a terminal operator or even manager, right? So you can say about this person is maybe having the sole responsibility about the safety management systems which are in place in all these ports. So they comprise of, you can say, identification, assessment, control of risk associated with handling of this hazardous goods, and this you claim to be the best international practices which need to be followed over there. Okay. So here there could be notifications, right, about the consignments which are coming in or being exported. So again, they do have a time frame. If it is hazardous goods, if it is coming in, you say 48 hours. If it is by ship, if it is by land, you say 24 hours. So likewise, there are certain kind of general requirements, right, in order to reduce, you can say, an accident, which when you handle, you can say, the hazardous goods. So all this is about what are the protocols which you need to follow, right, in a docks area. So dangerous goods advisor may be especially been appointed to look after all this. So what is his duties or responsibilities also being listed over here. So ultimately what we are trying to say is we have or we handle goods, right, which are hazardous, and then to handle them, right, there will be some people who are having the sole responsibility or shared responsibility, and also what is their duties, you can say, and responsibilities being given about and what could be the situation. For example, they say emergency preparation, right, there could be a written protocol for it, right, in case of emergency, how do you respond, right, and again people who are being involved in this should be thorough about this, how to do this. So similarly, you have instructions and audit to check whether these things are in place. Okay. Even sometimes you say the cleaned or unclean units also pose danger. For example, if it is an unclean system, might have some traces of chemicals and other things inside them. When people do handle and get exposed to them, do have some kind of a injury, or even sometimes people die out of it. Even if you say nitrogen is an inert gas, and if it has been emptied, right, and there is nothing inside except nitrogen or trace of nitrogen, where it also says that there is no oxygen inside it, and the person, if they enter into that, even nitrogen, so-called inert gas, right, will lead to death for people because you don't have oxygen over there. So people die out of asphyxiation or lack of oxygen. So you can see on the sides about the symbols and other things which have been portraying what is the kind of materials you handle and what is their potential hazard associated. Okay. About the information of this dangerous goods and other thing, the harbor master, right, he has some of the powers, right, even sometimes if it is coming late or early, right, how do you can say handle when it's coming into the port and when it's leaving late from the port, early to the port, late to the port, right, whether he has or he's, you can say, but empowered to even have an access to them or not. So this is about the communication systems. Again, the type of vehicles when you use, even the vehicles which you use in the port area may also pose some kind of a danger or threat, where you say that the vehicles, if it has been electrified or should be electrified, and they should see that there is no some kind of a spark being coming out of it, right? You have a spark arrestor for that. So likewise, there are so many, you can say, requirements when you do vehicle being operated or when you're operating a vehicle inside a port area. Again, there are some materials which are sensitive to temperature where you need to control the temperature of those explosives. For example, the styrene tank which blew up in, you can say, Vizag last year, and there were, you can say, similar kind of situation in the New Mangalore port, you can say, trust then, somewhere in 2000. Okay. So the styrene tank which was having, you can say, the tank which was containing styrene tank, there in New Mangalore port, they allowed it to polymerize. They only tried to cool and make the temperature less. They didn't even open it or let it out. It got converted, the liquid got converted into amorphous substance and it was easily discarded. Rather than it was being vented out, along with it, we sent the inhibitor, which was highly toxic. That was sent along with it because it is trying to reduce the polymerization of the styrene. They usually use this inhibitor, right, which is called catechol, which is highly carcinogenous. They use it in a small quantity when they ship styrene to different places. So when they are traveling, right, even a small dust can act as a catalyst and trigger a polymerization reaction which is highly exothermic. It gives out heat, and again the heat supports the further reaction, and you can say the entire metal start polymerizing, right? So it gives out a lot of heat. So during the meantime, it also gets converted to vapor as the temperature increases and goes into the atmosphere. Okay. So to reduce this polymerization, they would use some kind of inhibitors which is called catechol, which was again being misused in, say, in Vizag port. So coming to the risk assessment technique, why I am saying this, we need to know what are the hazards associated with the port and its activity, and what kind of, you can say, about techniques or you can say assessments which are demanded or required to do it. So these are some of them which I am showing over here are much traditional. The first one which says about basically what is a risk. It's again, you don't want that event to happen. And risk also says about what is its occurrence. What is the probability of its getting happening or it is going to occur. So it says you don't need a event to occur. So you say that event is an unwanted event, which is an undesirable event, which is say going to cause a negative impact on the environment and property. So you have a negative probability of occurrence, unwanted negative probabilities of occurrence of an event that can cause accident, loss, or even damage. Okay. So this damage could be even fatal. So it is basically, you can say, a risk is nothing but the probability of event to occur and what is its consequences. So the first one says about the probability, the next one says about the consequence. So it is a product of your probability of that event to occur and also the what is the consequence, the damage which is going to happen. Okay. So here the damage can be seen in terms of the severity, or you can rank them or rate them in different, you can say, scales. So some of the risk assessment techniques which basically process the analysis of a well-defined and undesirable or top event. For instance, you can say the total failure of a system and an inability to perform or deliver its functions. Okay. So this is about a risk assessment. So the risk assessment is basically associated with the materials which have some hazard. You have some material in the port, it poses some hazard. So you need to first identify what are the materials or activities, right, which are associated with some kind of hazard, which can turn into an accident, and the accident can get magnified into a disaster. Okay. So like the Beirut ammonium nitrate blow. So here you say there is the risk assessment is basically associated with the hazardous source, and it's again comprehended with what action to be taken or decision to be taken, right, in order to suppress that activity. Right, you have a source, it's going to lead to an accident, right? What need to be taken, right, care so that it doesn't happen. So it says you try to apply certain kind of measures or mitigations to prevent such kind of accidents, right, not to happen. Why? Because it is inevitable for us to avoid these materials which has value and also pose some dangers. So likewise, the framework is based on the main four phases, which says first you need to identify the hazard. Next, you can say about the risk management, and after that, it is how you need to manage the risk. Then later about the risk mitigation and also about the monitoring. Mitigations are nothing but preventive measures, and again, you need to even continuously monitor them so that it doesn't happen. Okay. So the flow diagram shows about the risk management process. First, you need to identify the hazard. Next, you assess the risk and manage the risk, and finally, you mitigate, right? How to reduce it or not to happen it, or sometimes even offset it. Then finally, it goes to a risk monitoring system, right, which sees to that there is no accident happen in future. So basically, all this risk assessment has a foundation based on either it's a qualitative or quantitative. So we have this AHP process, which is most of the time it is, you can say, qualitative. You have one big, you can say, about a goal to do an assessment, and that may be subdivided into many other, you can say, about objectives, which may be independent, and that may be even used to assess even a small units or sub units when you do a risk management. Further, you have evidence-based reasoning. You have certain kind of, this also could be again, you can say, qualitative or quantitative. What do you mean by qualitative? Qualitative is mostly, you can say, about verbal, or it could be seen in terms of colors, right? You say good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, right? So likewise, they are basically words which have been used to describe, right, the kind of situation. So you say it is a qualitative analysis. It is mostly, you can say, about in terms of verbal or in terms of some kind of representation. When you say quantitative, you give the importance. It is being measured in terms of magnitude. You give some numerical values and give weightage of all kind of these materials. You have a nuclear, you can say, about threat, or you can say material in your dock. It might have a different weightage compared to that of a chemical, which may not be reactive or which may be less reactive. So this is how you do a numerical value or weightage for this kind of substance which are there in the ore. So as you do an assessment, we can do it in base of, you can say, qualitative or quantitative. And you also have simulation methods, or you can say fuzzy logic or fuzzy theory methods, right, which do have, we can say, a mathematical kind of forms where you have the probabilities. All these things are being based on probability. We do call them as a stochastic models, where you use probability as, you can say, one of the major tools to do that. So all this advanced risk assessment techniques are based on, you can say, probability analysis. So you have a risk assessment, as I said, which could be a simple, but the qualitative one. This is because you don't have much information about it. You describe them by verbally and do the assessment. And again, for this, you also need an expert who can verbally strongly say something and also support it in future. Okay. So here, as I said, how do you do the probability and the severity? One is the risk is a product of your probability and the severity. The severity says it's negligible, minor, moderate, serious, and critical. When you come to the probability, says very likely, may occur, right, in once, or you can say basically the annual time, once in a year or twice in a year, right? In a day it is once or twice, likewise. So it is on a time scale. Sometimes you also say unlikely to occur, sometimes it may not occur, right, at the most. Okay. So this is how you do. So you say this is a matrix kind of an arrangement, 2 by 2 kind of matrix kind of arrangement, where one scale speaks about the severity, the other scale speaks about the probability. The product of this will be your risk, you can say, assessment. Similarly, you have colors to be designated for the severity from low to high. So I've been discussing about the quantitative risk assessment, which says you have some kind of numerical values to see or portray what is the intensity of the hazard. Okay. Next, about the semi-quantitative, which may have something in between, they say, right, which is also, you can say, can be considered as a consistent rigorous approach to evaluate and compare, right, the hazards associated with the system. So this is another kind of, you can say, about an engineering kind of a system to do a risk assessment. Of course, in a risk assessment, you also have some kind of buffer zones which seeks to then try to reduce any kind of an accident can happen over there. Okay. So you say the land use planners will plan, as we have an industry, you have green belt, similar kind of this also, you have in your material which is having some kind of an hazard, some kind of a radioactivity, or it's going to pose some kind of a hazardous potential by virtue. You see that it has been isolated, segregated, and it has some kind of a buffer zone so that it is impact on the other things, human or environment, can be reduced. So as I say, that is again going to act as a protection zone. So hazard sources and factors of risk in seaports, right? This is specifically for that. You say hazard source identification. Then it can be natural or you can say unnatural, maybe it's man-made. In natural, you can think about, there's a list of, you can say about activities which pose a hazard, right, in a port by natural means, which says you have an hydrological problem, right, your high tide, low tide, and many other kind of issues. Then about you have a geophysical thing where you can think about the earthquakes and tsunamis which have been there. Next, the meteorological conditions where the weather may not be supporting your activity, or weather is very bad, or which you can say about it cannot support any of your activities which is associated with hazardous materials. If I'm transporting a reactive material, right, if the temperature is high, right, if it is high humidity, because some materials get spoiled because of humidity, right. So it also speaks about what is the condition, and again what is the material which you are, that material's condition, the upper ambient or atmospheric condition, and also the people who are handling it, right, whether they are skilled or unskilled, whether you need a skilled person, right, and what is the knowledge or awareness of all kind of safeties which need to be followed out. So likewise you have man-made, which speaks about operational hazard. Then you have a safety breach, or where the safety protocols has not been followed, and people it leads to some other kind of problems like spillages. You can say waiting for lengthy hours on the dock regions. So there are many such kind of, you can say, about safety protocols which could be breached. Then you have technical issues, and you also have it is organizational hazard, where the structure of your organization, where each of the entity or people who have been involved in it, being trusted with certain responsibilities, who fail to do that, or who may not follow the protocols which is being. So you have in a system itself, as I said, if you have a handling a hazardous goods, you need to have a hazardous goods advisor in your port, or you may be recruited, or you may be on kind of some special appearance when you handle such kind of goods, and in his presence only it need to be handled. So likewise, there may be some organizational flaw, right, in the system, and you also have, you can say, environmental issues, right, which is also environmental hazards which may be associated with your port. So this is again being explained. In this, along with that, you also have socio-economic and political issues or factors or risk factors, which is the social and political systems doesn't support, right, your activity. Economic status also matters, right? Changes in industries and market, right? Some people, they would have imported, they would have had, the industry would have not failed, or some kind of an accident would have happened, where they were not able to come up to again take back the material and proceed with the further activities. So those materials may be lying over there, because in our case, the styrene which was stored you can say in the New Mangalore port was being stored for years, and the chemical industry was present in Chennai. So this guy was drawing this partly, but he was paying for the storage system, which is, you can say, the IMO storage systems, which are one of the famous. So they have been rented, right? And this guy is storing the material. When you can say, when in turn it is available for him, he brings and stores over there. When he wants to use, he withdraws it partially. Okay. So this may be one of the conditions which could be even your economic status of the industry or your accessibility. So likewise, the various risk assessment methodology we see, there's a traditional ones, which I said initially about the quantitative and qualitative, or qualitative and quantitative assessments. This is some of basic, you can say, about assessment or conventional assessment techniques, where you will have heard about all these things, which says about a fault tree analysis. Basically, this is not only for port, it is for basically for any risk assessment technique. So what is fault analysis? You find out the fault. The fault tree says what could be the cause for this failure to happen. Okay. So at the top you have an event, right? It could be, you also have, this is basically on a Boolean logic, where they use certain kind of symbols, right, as suggested by, you can say, a Boolean author or researcher, who was the founder of this assessment technique. So he says, if it is and, it says both the causes would have synergetically contributed to have this knowledge. Okay. When you say and, it is combined. You say or, either this activity or that activity will lead to this accident. So likewise, they use some kind of a symbols, right, which has certain meanings, and they do the assessment why this incident has happened. Okay, they try to find the fault, right, which branches out. You say the fault tree analysis. Okay, so it traces all the branches or events which could have occurred to lead to this failure or an accident. So this is how we need to say a fault tree analysis. So as I already mentioned about the symbols, they do have the meaning, and again the lines do connect right to this undesirable event and try to find out what is the root cause for this event. So it's called fault finding. Right? The other one is called the inventory analysis. It says about the causes of the accidents to identify the hazard sources for a top event, and it says the flow from the primary initiating event. Let's say it is, for example, I've given example here, a conveyor belt fires, right? It got fire. This is an incident to happen. What could be its consequences? So that is your inventory analysis. An event has happened, how it can branch out to lead to other kind of an impacts, or it can basically an adverse impact. So this inventory analysis is a forward, or you can play top to bottom logic modeling technique for failure that explores the responses through a single initiating event and lays the path for assessing the probabilities of the outcomes. That's what I said about the consequence. What could be the possible consequences, right? So in this case, I have shown you a tree, right? The conveyor belt was fired, right? This event to happen, right? What is the probability, right? If it happens, 90% if it happens, then what is the outcome, right? Whether you have something to detect, you have a heat, sensor to detect. The heat sensor detect is working, yes. How much percentage? 80% you rely on that, 20% you don't rely on that. Next, about you do have, you can say about valve which operates for what? To spray, right? To spray the water to switch off the fire or reduce the heat or whatever the further outcomes. So it says you have water operator, right? Whether what is the percentage that we can work or the probability whether it is function. Further you go, it is the outcome of the frequencies, right? So all this you can find out what is the possibility, right, of this occurrence. If what could be the damages which it can happen, right? If a belt caught fire or a conveyor belt caught fire, right? So that says about the success states and the failure states, right? 90% you can sense it because your sensor is so sensible, right? You sense it, and the next following actions can take. If it doesn't sense, what could be the damage? Okay, these are the mitigations which you have if an event has happened. The safety, procedures or safety features or system which is in place, right? So this is what you call as a inventory analysis. Next about scenario analysis. This is quite different. You imagine that a scenario which is going to happen, which would have not happened earlier. So that's what you create a scene and you anticipate what could be the problem. Okay? So you do an assessment on that. So this is, you can say about, you identify measure the potential occurrence of an operational risk events where a scenario which is, you can say about a tool being used to mitigate or to identify and mitigate the risk which is associated, which never ever happened. Okay? So it is often being used to identify, measure events with low frequency but do have a higher, you can say about implications or damage. So it would have not happened once in a year, once in 5 years, or once in 10 years. It would have happened, right? The frequency is very, very low, but it can pose a huge damage. Okay, so that's what it would have not happened very frequently. So you don't have much information on that. You yourself create that scene. Okay, you create that scene and do the assessment. Okay, so this is called as scenario analysis, where you say the qualitative assessment. You set the scene, like what happens, do an analysis, right? Find out what is the possibility, what action you are supposed to take. Then this, what action you are supposed to take will be guided by, you can say, mathematical modeling and other kind of simulation systems. You feed in the data, you get the information because it never happened, and you cannot, make faults. And again, these multiple, faults do have some kind of a probability, do have some kind of weightage. What is the probability of only this event? What is the probability of only this event leading to that accident? So likewise, how many you can say about events are there can lead to a particular accident? Okay, and if that accident happens, what and all you can say the primary impacts it can cause, or what could be the immediate consequences which you can expect. Further, the consequences may even magnify. Okay, and they also branch out. So this is, you can say about a mechanism where sometimes you anticipate, you can say here I have shown you only 3 and the outcome is 3. And this can be again, safeguarded. Say you, for this event to happen, how can you can say reduce it, right? Early detection, how can you reduce it? If all this, you can say when you are able to reduce, that event will not happen. Once the event has happened, right, how long you can mitigate or prevent the outcomes or the impacts, okay? So the first one is a very simple one. The second one is slightly, you can say, about modified to give a better understanding, to show that a complete, you can say, analysis of an event or an accident to happen, what could be the possible events, how it could be mitigated, or how it could be stopped or rectified, and further, if the event has happened, what are the possible impacts or against outcomes, and how these outcomes can be prevented, and what are the alternatives in preventing them. That also matters. As I said, only you have one event which is going to happen, an outcome, and I have one way how to reduce it or prevent it. But I may have multiple ways which maybe you can say, an alternative about that, right? For even one event or one damage to be prevented, there may be multiple, you can say, methods or measures which can be followed to reduce that, you can say, impact. So again, this has been rated as one of the complete analysis of risk. So this is what being shown in the steps. I'm leaving it for you to go through it. The reason, or you can say, well, it's not very recent, but it is one of the upcoming techniques, and there are many such kind of techniques who have been again formulated. This is one of the basic, right? You can say about assessment under advanced assessment techniques. So it is having a machine learning approach. Okay, so it's called as a Bayesian belief network, and it is considered to be one of the powerful probabilistic graphical models that represent a variables and their, you can say, conditional dependency through a direct acyclic graph called as DAG. Okay, say for example A, right, is a random variable, right, which will influence B, and this B will have an influence on C. Okay, so likewise it says about acyclic, you can say, methodology, right, which says what is its influence on B. Again, what is its influence, how it can influence your C. So these are some of, you can say, about a basic technique methods which are being used. Again, there you have some probabilistic approach. The next one you can see. So likewise, you have many number of nodes which are leading to another kind of an activity or an event or an action, right? So this is basically, you can say, about the Bayesian belief networks. It can be better understood if I take an example on this and brief you. Say for example, your yard, your backyard, right, is going to be risky if it is going to get wet. Okay, so the dockyard, right, or you will say a birth, right, the birth may become risky if there is a rain or if it is wet. So we have a similar kind of an incident when our Honorable Prime Minister Modi was supposed to come to Mangalore. They come by 3 helicopters, the guards and along with them. So they have to identify a place where he is supposed to land. Okay, so they identified the new Mangalore port, you can say, about berth, right, where all the 3 helicopters can land one after the other. Okay, so when they inspected you can say, about the berth had already, like previously, has unloaded a fertilizer which is ammonium based. Okay, ammonium based fertilizer, of course phosphorus also, you can say, to some extent risky, right? They have unloaded it, and since it's coming, they have cleared it off. But still the traces of them, right, been sticking to the berth, right, where somebody have to come and certify that there is no risk associated if this high flying, you can say, about helicopters come and land over there. Okay, there may be a possibility they may resuspend such kind of, you can say, about fertilizers back into the air, which may be hazardous or you can say about dangerous for your respiratory system. Okay, so what is the solution? Right, somebody have to come from a chemical engineer, exclusive from NITK, and we happen to be there to find a solution to see to that you don't give clearance the master, like what you say about the person who is in charge of taking off. Unless you get the clearance from here, you will not take off from there. Similarly, such kind of incidents happen when many of the ministers do attend our place, Mangalore. So likewise, the dark yard, if it is wet, it's going to pose some kind of a danger. So how I am going to use this BBN, right, to simulate and see or to study, right, what is the risk associated and how and all I can mitigate, further even quantify. Okay, so I say 3 variables basically. rain can wet the yard. It is no, it's inevitable. You cannot close your yard. There's such a huge space. You cannot put an umbrella and close. So rain will come. Now it's raining a lot in all places in southern India. So you have rain as one of the sources which is going to wet the yard. The other one is the hose. Basically, you can say about the sprinkler or something where it is supposed to be there. So, for example, you're downloading or unloading coal. Your coal need to be kept wet. Right? Otherwise, there is a possibility that it can catch fire and the entire, you can say, mass can fire. So you say that there is a system, right, where you have there's a hose which is leaking. So there is another possibility. One is natural, the other one is maybe man would have installed this hose where it is leaking bit of water in the yard. So the yard which is going to get wet, right, is the main variable. Right? This is the outcome. So whether it's going to happen because of rain or because of, you can say, man-made problem, which is the hose leak, or it may be together also. There is a rain and eventually the hose also got leaked or it was also broken. So you have this. So they say the two events, right? The owner had hosed it, right? It has been raining, possibility. So you find out, right, how this yard can be. So for this hose, right, what could be the problem? It's a human error, right? Somebody was rammed into it, somebody was rammed it got breached, it is leaking, or somebody operated it in a different range, right, to not leak, or somebody would have not even monitored it for several days where it has got some wear and tear and got leaking. So this is basically a human error. Natural, you cannot, it's inevitable, I've already told. So what is the probability that it is raining when the yard is wet, or it is not wet because it is raining? Okay. So the calculation which comes like this, it's called the joint probability method, where you put the event to occur. One is, you can say, the rain, right? The other one is the hose breach. So the joint probability method says about the probability of getting wet divided by your rain and hose. Next into it's a product of again the probability of the rain, or it is, you can say, about the hose. The last one is about the rain. So we need to say which is very common, right, which would have been given more importance, which is less common would have been given less importance. Okay, so the way it has been, you have the joint probability method to do this. So usually in seaports they do this, right, the weather conditions, right, loading and unloading, right. Again, when you're going to, whether you're loading it or unloading it, when you do so, whether you're doing it properly or improperly, whether the protocols have been followed, exclusively you can say about hazardous goods. Next, about the conditions of the cargo, what kind of material it is, how it is being kept, whether it has been properly being consigned and kept, right, all those things. The condition of the cargo is whether it's good or poor. Next, about the damage which is being done, right, indicates the risk of the damage to the cargo, which could be high to that of low. Okay, so you rank it with different manner. So the weather conditions, next about the risk, next about loading, next about the conditions of the cargo. So all these factors do speak about what is the risk that has been associated in this seaport where they are doing loading and unloading. So this is called as conditional probability distribution. You have a condition, say yes or no, or you have some kind of a weightage in terms of percentages, 20%, 30%, 70% like that. So you have P first says about the probability of the weather, whether it is severe or normal. Most of the time, right, if it is normal, right, and some of the time it is abnormal or you say it is severe. So the probability of the weather being severe, right, is very less. So it is rated as 20%. And you have the probability of the weather to be in a normal condition is 80%. Okay. So 20% the chance getting the weather severe, and normality is 80%. So likewise, loading procedure proper or improper, 70% to 30%. Most of the time it is proper. Of course, you still have 30% right of risk. That is, it is becoming improper. Again, the goods condition 60%, 70%. See, you can see these values which has been assigned to that. They're somewhat realistic. It is not being just kept randomly. Okay, so it is says about the cargo condition 60% to 40%. That means cargo handling, as I'm not bearing you, cargo handling has some kind of a problem always been associated with it. It says 60% the cargo is not, cargo is good, but still, right, almost equivalent, say 40%, it is not in good condition. Okay, so the risk, the probability of the damage to happen, right, you can say the probability if it is high, risk, high risk and high risk, what could be the possibility, combinations of them. So likewise, you will have plenty of combinations, right, for a event, right, and again that event to be rated from high to low, right, you may have, I am saying only in three verbal things, whether it is high or low, let's say two parameters. I may have moderate, we can say acceptable, very low, negligible, right, there are so many other kind of, you can say parameters or attributes which can be added towards this and you can find out what could be that probability. And you have taken only here carbon condition, weather and loading procedures. There will be several other factors which may again branch out to different, you can say, attributes. So here, what is the high risk? Right, you can see 95% high risk if the weather is severe, the loading is improper, the car will score. Okay, highest probability. Okay, 95%. So this is again the further you say about artificial intelligence, of course, banks on all kind of this kind of probability or statistical analysis, and further you can say about they are basically called predictive analysis based on lot of data that's been gathered and been iterated. So you have automated, scheduling and resource location. This is also being done. Real-time monitoring and anomaly detection. Like all this, you can say kind of assessments which you can do under this artificial intelligence. Basically, you say machine learning and artificial intelligence. Okay, intelligence you can say supported by this artificial intelligence system. Intelligent energy management systems for sustainable operation and reducing environmental impacts. So these are some of the key achievements by this code where your AI played a fantastic role and being proved to be efficient. So conclusion, we can say increased adoption of many such kind of automation, right, in the vessel handling systems or cargo handling systems, and again ensuring the safety, efficiency or infrastructures which are whether functioning well or not. Then the integration of EAA with the Internet of Things IoTs, that you can sit in remote and you can operate with this kind of things. Collaborative, you can say platforms for seeing the stakeholders, coordinating with the information and sharing. Next about sustainable and eco-friendly port operations. Right, all these things are in future. Okay, so I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to come all the way from Bangalore. And I thank the administration or the management who have been supportive for this kind of program. And I thank all my audience over here who have been patiently listening for all this. Thank you. Yeah, last thing, if any questions are there, I can just try to answer. Yeah, if there are no further questions, and once again thank you all, and I sign off for the day.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Sri Esaki from CIT PIM, Operational Manager, to please come. Sri Esaki from CIT PIM, felicitating Professor Rajmohan, sir, from NIT. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to session 4, Advanced Biohazards Management by Dr. Natarajan Gopalan, Professor and Head Departments of Epidemiology and Public Health, Central University of Tamil Nadu, on the topic Identifying Biological Hazards in the Dock Environment and Mitigation Strategies for Biological Risks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Manisha. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, all of you. Post-lunch section is a very difficult, almost, We had a delicious food, heavy food, so we enjoyed the lunch. And also, I'm so happy, at least all the people are there. Generally, post-lunch section, when we see it, many people, they may not be there. I'm so happy to see you all. Because without any participants, we talk, that's not a good. At least you people are there to hear what are things we have been talking. Thank you very much, Kunal Sharma ji, and then, DG Fasai, as well as the Chennai Port, who have given chance to us to talk to you. Because we have been working on DRDO past 40 years. Me and Dr. Ramarao, who are there, who came all the way from Central University. Now we have joined in Central University, Tamil Nadu Central University, situated at Tiruvarur. So I'll be talking about generally because since DRDO part of all the things, for the biological, chemical, since we all know that we don't go for any war, India, such a country, but we should know about what all the chemicals are used, what are the pesticides used, what are all the agents which are all used. If somebody has used, we should be in a position to find out at the early possible for any of the things. We are the first people to show that Bhopal gas tragedy, these are the chemical use. Because we were not knowing, because port from Bombay to Bhopal, they were transporting all methyl isocyanate for one of the pesticides combination formulation which they were making. Saving generally the pesticide which are used. Afterwards only we came to know these are all the compound which are all being, long way they have been transporting one place to other place. That's one of the example. That's a tragedy which took place. So now India, the petroleum ministry, they have given some other things. What are all the industry which really they are synthesizing compound? What are all their byproduct? What are all the things really which is required? We should know about all the things. The third one, what DRDO generally we do it any of the pests which are all really since morning, Dr. Professor Satyanarayana was talking about all the vectors. Because border area, you may be thinking that what DRDO is biology really working on this one. Because the soldiers are involved. Many of the soldiers they are all there in the border area. Maximum, the 40,000 to 60,000 people are deployed in various border area. We should know about what are the disease which they do have it, because anything new disease which comes from the this thing, or any of the new insects, new pests, all the things can enter, because these are all the natural, or sometimes the new pests also can be manipulated, put on biological agents and then put on border area so that which can enter into the thing and then cause about the disease. So when we see the COVID, all the things, biohazards, COVID which took care of all the things. We learned a lot, we have lost many people, how the disease entered, what are all the combination, how, aged people are young people, many people which, got disease. But one way we got immune to that one, because our system developed immune system, so that any of the such type of combinations, the virus which enters, we can, body can take care of it all the things. So we should know about what are the new pests entered in our area, what are the new combination of disease. We were the first people to show that as all we know about Yersinia pestis, plague, Surat incidents, which because generally plague, we will talk about some other things which I will show. See, generally any of the plague mortality comes because we have the bubonic plague, because man to man which transmits. Other thing also from rat falls, rat has to die first, then only the real, we can say that, but which was not the directly human to human transmit all mortality we had it. These are all which are transmitted from the rat, the flea called Xenopsila geotis, one of the species name which generally transmits. But we should know about all the things, what are the complications, how it enters, where it goes. Then only we can find out, pinpoint the disease part really from one place to other place, how it is coming. So can I have the next? Yeah, I'll be talking for another half an hour or so, because it was given 45 minutes and lack of time. I'll talk about another 45 minutes. I'll be covering what are it's a DRDO as well as biological hazard, possible cause, what are the disease, how it is transmitting, how we can mark it, pinpoint it. This is a disease. See, mostly when we go to doctor, we will find out first clinical, what type of disease we have. So once you have the disease, yes, this is a diagnosis, the control is very easy. What type of drug can be given, how it can be contained, all the things possible. So the field-based instruments, some of the things which really know, you don't want it anything to give the blood sample and then wait for 24 hours, 48 hours, how fast we can get diagnosed. That's important. Some of the field-based instruments which are being developed for the either in the lab as well as to go to the field, a dark area, wherever it is possible, you can take the instrument and then find out how fast we can contain the disease. That's very, very important. So when we know about hazard, since morning we are talking about from the DG onwards, other members, they have told about what is hazard. Hazard situation shows that could potentially cause the harm. Then only, which harm can be by any means. The ill health or, any damage, any injury or other things. So when we see the history, the first, which was showed those on, how the disease which has come, how the disease which is, which is spread to one place to other place. Because 1950 to 1500 to 1950 is a long duration how the dose which, which brought the disease, how the new cases which endemic or pandemic, many of the things which have come. That's what it shows about this paper. And the Indian Ocean dose contributed the dispersion of the disease. That's the only thing, the port which was the main, those days which are transporting material, transporting or exchanging material, everything were there. Along with that one, the rat which came, along the insect came, many things which came, or the war also, they wanted to use some of the thing, infected blankets, the plague, many of the things which says. But things which by learnt also, through those people made contact, at least one is contact, the exchange of material, the exchange of disease, as well as they learnt it also. How the disease came, how the disease contained, what are the vaccines, what are the drug, all the combination, same like conference, they also used to discuss all the things. That's what many of the disease contain. When we see the cholera which came from the, Madagascar, Congo, many of the places which came, the smallpox. Then, some of the drugs, as we are all thinking about the medicine knowledge which shared all the things by using, the transportation. Then mainly the public health facilities such as vaccination measures, quarantine center, what all the precautionary measures can be taken, all the things which was discussed in the paper. When we see the cholera which came from the can I have the next? Okay. So the Indian Ocean region has, the human-animal disease, many of the animal disease, human disease which is transported or that dispersed. That Saga One Health, which helps mitigates, because some of the disease has to be contained, some of the disease have to be contained, how we can contain, unless we can discuss, we can make new compound, new all the things, then only it is possible. As well as the next stage of 224, the FAD is providing Indian Ocean Commission, which is funding the expanded health security. Because what we wanted is safety, security, as well as how it can be contained, all the things. Mainly the things which we should find out from where is the focus point, where is the disease which is started. When we know about the focus point, containment is very easy. So this other paper which I saw recently, the Maritime, which they have published, what are the risks really associated with the dogs. The 32 risks which they have categorized, because many of the things which are there, I will be talking only geographical risk. It's many of the financial disaster, many things. The complex approval procedure. See, unless we know the risk, what are the risks which is responsible? That's what which is discussed in this manuscript. What are all the spectrum of CBR, and since morning we have been hearing the chemical, biological, as well as nuclear. So I will be talking about the only biological, because since chemical, Dr. Amara will talk about other hazardous. Professor Mohan has talked to many of the people since morning. So when we say that CBR and response command, that's a main part which components of chemical, biological, radical, nuclear response. The hazard we should know about what all the hazard which is taking place. Second is immediate response or the containment, stopping for the disease. Then third one is the worker, who are the people, the first responder should know about all the things. First responder, he knew or knows about all the things, then that is easy to inform to things, don't go that side, or take precaution, take what are the things, steps to be, so that, and also how fast you can inform to the other people. That's the thing which is responder. Determination of the hazard extent, how fast we can extend one place, how many cases, generally, during COVID, every day they were telling about what are the cases from the first case which started. So these are all things which is really important, determination. Third one is recovery, how fast we can recover it, how fast we can overcome. If you don't overcome in a fast way, many of the things which involved, the individual, family, district, state level, or country level, or when you say pandemic, world over, what are the problems which are taking place. So this is the thing which DRDO mainly, knowing about all the things, what all the DRDO is contributing. So one is food research lab at Mysore, where we used to take care of the food part. The soldier is going to the patrolling, he should not have the food at least 2-3 hours. He should have it something that he should not have much white food. So small package with a high nutrient, all the things, and also now, without smell also, easily the enemy can find out what are the, even, our sambar powder or rasa powder, easy to smell out somebody is having the food. So those are all the things which generally Defense Food Research Laboratory takes care of. INMAS, mainly the Delhi lab, which is taking care of the radiation. DRD Gwalior, mainly the biological chemical. Other lab in the border area, DRL Tejpur, mainly what are all the insects which are all coming out from the border area, any of the new insects, new pests, all the things which they do take care of it, how fast the thing, because the border area. Other, Siachen or Leh or other places people are there. These are all the labs mainly. So since we are in the central university, because some of the things which we should know about the university, wherein the almost 33 central universities are each state they have one central university. This is situated at Tiruvarur. And we have the 12 schools and 27 departments, wherein we are all there in life science, department of life science, microbiology, epidemiology, as well as horticulture. So we are all the people really, we are all giving the MSc, PhD in the department. We have the 16 to 18 students and then PhD students. Because we have to tell about what are the disease, what are all the, how fast we can find out, and as well as prediction. These are all the useful for anybody wants to do the PhD, the part-time PhD, you can join with us. They have the exam. Any of your children wants to come to Central University, they have the Central University exams. You can write all the things, children can join with us. Because this is Central University, the fees structure is cheap, very low compared to other universities, as well as good faculty, good facility, everything is there. So the biological hazard, which started not only now, almost the 14th century, which started, mainly they used different, chemical, different agents or the toxin. We'll talk about some of the things, including snake venom, some of the Clostridium perfringens, Clostridium tetani, many of the things, since morning we are talking about category A, B, C, all the things, how toxic, how infectious, person to person is contact means that is highly infectious. That's a B category, C category, all the things which comes. Many of the bacteria, viruses which is shown here. And also the transmitted person, that's a high, the rate of transmission is very high, individual to individual within 24 hours, 48 hours, which can transmit one to other, high mortality rates, all the things which is shown here. Then when we say about what is the definition of biological hazard, potentially infectious agent, hazardous biological material, that presents in the risk or potential risk, the health, humans, animal, plants. Because not only now, after COVID, see, generally we have the separate disease for the cow, goat, birds, everything. Human diseases are separate. Now, after COVID, everything which came to one health. See, call it as a one health, there is no zoonotic disease. Generally, zoonotic disease is called in the, either rat, mainly buffalo cow and other things, but which has come from the anything which a cow can disease can transmit to us. So all the thing which comes in one health and all. So when we see the mainly the virus, as we're talking about coronavirus, a toxin, biological fungi, spores, pathogenic, or bioactive substance, some of the bioactive substance, the byproduct also can cause the disease. So this is just shows about how the virus, bacteria, or toxin which looks like. So when we say that any route, how it enters to the human beings, which can go by, when we inhale or breathe, which can go, or injection by food material, or percutaneous morning. We are talking about some of the, injured hand or leg, all which can go. That's what when we handle the material, we should have the gloves, we should have the boot, or the PPE, all the things, whatever possible. Then only we should touch all the material. If always chances are there, who are the people are bringing, what are the material they are putting, we don't know all the things. Anything new material, we should not touch it first. That's what, everywhere, not only in the port, everywhere they do say, don't touch any of the materials. Unknown material can you don't touch it. That's what which shows about. And also contact also which can, disease can be transmitted. So same like inhalation, absorption as well as injection. These are the 20% caused with the equipment failure. Sometimes, which when we wanted to diagnose is the instrument, which may failure, or 80% caused by human errors. No one, wanted to spread the disease, but chances are there when the instrument which we use it, any of the infectious agent can transmit. Without gloves, if you touch it, chances are to get infection. The same way human error, because some of the lab which we don't know, or some of the field they may spill out all the things, we may get the disease. See, when we know about knowledge sharing, lack of knowledge, if you know about all the things, definitely we don't get the disease. Lack of proper emergency response, as well as lack of training, passing down the bad habits, carelessness, ignorance, many of the things which are responsible for any of the disease transmitted. So these are all the list out, when we take it about, avian flu, Clostridium or hantavirus. Many of these are all the disease, when we see it, the emerging, re-emerging. Earlier we were not having Nipah virus. Now you see the things which Kerala, few mortality, and other places, hantavirus, Marburg. Any virus in these developing countries or undeveloped countries, disease which came to India. Because one of the example initially, the Kerala, the two mortality on the Nipah virus, they have classified really from where it has come and then how it has gone to this, how the individuals died, completely which they put a scale, everything, and then the containment they contain. The second time which had one mortality, they were not knowing about all the things. See, the samples which was given for the testing laboratory, once the individual is dead, then only came to know that is positive for the Nipah virus. Then they quarantine all the 2,500 people and then checked all the thing. No one, few were positive, but they were contained. But we should know about all the things. Initial itself, if you know it, this type of things which would not happen. And now the Zika virus. Earlier we were not having it. Now it just come to India. Now we have many cases. So another one is monkeypox. That's a new another emerging disease which are even a few cases. Even when we see the Zambia and other places, some few hundred mortalities, few thousand cases, all the things which were there. But slowly we are all getting all the disease in India because India is a forest. Anyone can come by any route. All the chances are to get all the sort of disease, unknown disease. So how the species, how the root of cause spores as well as toxin which can spread the disease. So the aerosols is one of the best route to transmit any of the bio-threat agents or biological warfare agents, so that you easily can spread it. You can put on the air so that it can spread. But most of the things, it is not classified like chemical. We know it chemical, how it degrades, but the biological samples which can't withstand for long. probably, all the things people are working on that on how fast from air it can go, how many people can get, infected, all the things. But potential route is airborne, that's exposure airborne. In many of the ways, breathable aerosol, how particle size which they can put it, small particle size, the size, it's a big particle size, how it enters, all the things. The precautions taken, they minimize the, when we know about the particle size, the precautionary measures which are easy to do it. And then the decontamination also, it is possible. So how the size which looks like, some of the softwares which are all used, what are all the size of bacteria, virus, all the thing which is showed, because from where to, then it's called a phylogenetic tree we can draw it. The science is initial, unknown samples, and then tell about this is a single strand, probably we know about double strand RNA, single strand RNA, double strand DNA. All the things, we can put the software, we can find out the size of the agents. And also, some of the things, genomic nature of the virus, when we see about the, double strand mRNA, what are the virus, what are all the things which, how we can multiply it. Because initially we were not knowing about PCR, what is PCR, polymerase chain reaction. After COVID, everyone knew about what is PCR. So it's easy to find out the agents, genomic structures. So see another biggest problem in some of the resistant bacteria can be developed. Same like when I was doing for my PhD work on how the mosquitoes are getting resistant. So I developed a colony of malathion resistant colony of the 25th generation. You give a constant dose of pesticide to the insect, so insect can develop the resistance. The same way the resistant bacteria can be developed in the laboratory and then spread about. See, once you give, the individual is resistant to multi-drug resistant, so he can't be cured. So some of the people really can develop all the things. That's a major problem which we are all facing here. And also not like abroad, whatever this is one part in the lab, we can modify it, we can do it. Another thing is, we can go to any pharmacy and then get whatever drug we wanted. So that's a major problem. We should not get whatever possible, we should not get, except the paracetamol, the fever, etc. can take it. Any other drug without, the physician, we should not take the drug. But chances are, once you get resistant, chances are to come to the environment and then transmit to the one to the other. It's a multi-drug resistant gene can spread in phosphate to the environment. These are all the things it's possible in the dark area. Probably somebody can bring it and then spill about all the things, whoever is working, many number of people are working in the dark area, we may not be knowing what are the bacteria which are spread over there. So we should know about who are the individuals are coming, what are all the things, that type of, not only, we'll scan it, all the things, then only people should enter, any unknown people should not come into the dark areas. So effects of biological agents, as we include the bacteria, virus, the majority agents, because most of the bacteria are harmless, because our food has to get digested, we have the intestine, multi number of bacteria. Some really can change, some of the bacteria changes, then only all the harmful effects which comes. Mainly when we see about, mostly generally, we can't see any bacteria, any of the virus by naked eye, or there is no smell. So the exposure, yes, it is possible. Somebody can do voluntarily, involuntarily, all the things. If you want to spoil people, they don't want to go for any big war now. Now it is doing the Russia and other thing. But see, people really, if you want to spoil your economy, spoil your status, all the thing, small things, they can put on that one and then make it as small. If somebody is soldier on the border area, if he gets loose motion or vomiting, he can't do any patrolling job. So that type of things only people wanted it in the border area. So we should know about all the things, what are all the agents, what are all the food material, what are the water is contaminating, all the things we should know. So the possible causes anyway, the presence of insects, rodents, other agents, Dust also, the important part, can bring all the particles, the infectious agents particle, bacteriological, certain cargoes which can bring all the things. Then the respiratory problem, if somebody is facing respiratory problem, at least see to that person or the individual has to be quarantined. Or what's is it any natural or it is not natural? All the things we should know about all the things. Then the what for which is required, what are the things which we are doing, any for all the things, safety, security only. Listen the concerns about workers or supervisors. You should know about all the things. Gain further understand about the jobs of the task. What are the individual, the inspector or the the first responders work, you should know. The existing potential hazards, you should know about all the what are all the agents which are all there, and then determine the underlying cause of the hazards. And see, when we know about all the things, the containment is easy. Then monitor steps, eliminate the control risk, all the things, for the, one should know about those who are on the frontline workers. Drugs are minimum cost of the drugs which can be given to them. The host range ability, these are all the source, root, host. Unless all the things we know about, then only it is possible. Most of the frontline workers should know about all the things. Then we know about all the things, 9/11 cases after the twin tower which was completely smashed. Then they started about powder they mixed with the bacteria, they have spread to all the places, some sort of terror which they made it, all the things. So generally the 17 initially 5 people were killed and 17 people were sickened. Then they found out what is the root cause, how the powder is mixed with the cover or the letter, and then how it was posted individual. They have complete study they did it, and then where the root cause, how they have done it, the barrel which contain the bacteria, barrel which contain all the things. See the individual, if you see it, all the thing, PPE, when they found out some of the thing, it is not normal. Then they found out all the things with the PPE kit, all the things which really the first root from where which started this particular incidents. We know about how the bacteria which looks like bacillus anthracite, the shape, size. See, one of the incidents we have seen, Vishakhapatnam, generally the tribal people, when any of the buffalo cow died, what they do is to, I know you may be knowing it, they bury for a few days, take out, and then they will, some sort of party they do celebrate it. See, that's the thing, how it is died, the buffalo is died because of, any of the infection. So which they don't know. What government did it, any cow buffalo died, they purchase it, the government, and then see to that properly it is disposed, so that disease is contained. Once these people are eating those meat, they can transmit number of diseases. All the feces, the urine, anything can come to environment, and then via leaching out rain, which can go into the water bodies, many people can be contaminated, many people can get disease. Once water body is contaminated, it's very difficult to decontaminate. Unless the foci, you know about the small foci, yes, it is possible. That's why immediately the state government took all the things, they used to purchase it. Wherever dead animal somebody says, immediately they purchase it and then properly dispose it. And this is a common disease in the goat, sheep, or even the Vellore, Namakkal, Salem area. This is a common disease. Everything, every season, the cycle you see in the summer, some of the death which taken place. So how the bacteria which looks like, and then the environmental bacteria, easily the bacteria can be spread. The plague, anyway, we know the plague, one of the things, the major pandemic in the World War, after World War, as well as now also it is there always. So one of the institute in the Ozu, they completely monitor it. They do collect the rat, they do environmental samples. The bacteria is there or not, all the things they do, check it out. This slide which shows about the photo of the mortality which took place, the pandemic. So what the root cause, if you know the root cause, the bubonic plague or pneumonic plague, what are all the parts of body which generally damaged, as well as the infection of those bacteria. So then another one is smallpox. You know about the smallpox. Now it is all the vaccine completely which is eradicated, but still it is some poke in Congo, Zambia and other places. The another biggest problem, as we have been talking, the monkeypox. See, monkeypox earlier it was 1958, and then 1970, 2003, 2022. Now the recent cases, which were there, one or two cases in India and other places. How the monkeypox, which looks like the face to face, can generally transmit to individual. The skin contact, as well as the transmission over the thing, which shows about the number of cases over the years. So the source, another one is toxin, the source, as well as fungi, algae. Morning it was telling about what are all the bacteria which can give the toxin to the individual, toxin to the food material, toxin to the water. Then another, this common the toxin part is we do call it Tamil Valakan. It's the Muthukotta. Actually, earlier we used to use it all the things. Now this is one of the things biological warfare agents. That's what no one uses. Some of the places really when we take out the Valakan from the what degree of centigrade, how we can eliminate from the water all the things. No one is uses because some of the toxin which high concentration of toxin which are there. That's called hysine. This also used as biological warfare agents. See, what for we are doing all the things to detect to warning as perfect as the individual who has we know about the individual is got infection, we have to separate out and then treat. These are all the main 4 areas. If you know about all the thing, one disease, the containment is very easy. Then the oral inhalation, all the things, this is being transmitted. The fit for the purpose testing, what for we are all testing it, the first responder testing potential by agent, the testing for containment food samples, mainly with the food, which I mentioned over there, food or water or any other things which is possible. Clinical diagnosis, forensic, these are all the useful. How the retrospective, if somebody has the Nipah virus, the retrospective only which was found out, the individual has the Nipah virus. So which show about the forensic checkout, and then potential determination how the disease from one case to number of cases, and high throughput integrated discovery. Some of the things, some of the drug can be given in fast way, can be contained. See, now all the things which was talking about One Health, the human, animal, vector, environment, everything which comes under One Health, includes the biosecurity or the public health. The cost-effective surveillance, because surveillance, other countries they do it, because we are still on the surveillance part which are lacking. Where we don't do it. Whenever the cases are more cases, then only we start doing it. Whenever the mortality or morbidity is there, then only start doing it. Routinely we should do it so that all the disease can be marked easily itself. Then big data generation, as well as the net of the network sensors. That's easy. Somebody, the first responder, can do it in the field itself, can report to the center and then tell about what are the causation of the agents. That's a very easy to find out. Then the components of modern detection, once a trigger, collector, and detector, because some of the aerosol samples can be collected and then via sensor method or the lab method or field method can be found out the infectious agent in a fast way. Then anything, either you can get the bacteria and then culture it and then find out what type of bacteria is there or what type of agent is there, or the immunoassay method. Some of the immunoassay already you would have got infected with the bacteria, so we can find out the rapid lateral flow method. Even the sugar patient or pregnancy test, we can do it in a fast way there itself, wherever you are sitting there. So that's a possible by immunoassay. Then the molecular techniques. So some of the things earlier we used to get the bacteria, virus, you get the DNA, RNA, separate out and then find out what is the genome is there, what are all the, the causative agents which are all there. Now, simple way, many of the things you can take the bacteria or take the environmental sample, boil it and then do the PCR. Find out what type of bacteria, what type of specific genome is there in which bacteria, which virus, all the things. So anyway, the same way the cultivation, culture, immunoassay, molecular diagnosis, next generation, when we know about the gene, we can find out the whole genome sequence. We can find out what type of the entire genome. That's what the Nipah virus, which they have done, or Ebola, or the hantavirus, which all the things. And then we can draw about phylogenetic tree, from where it has come, what are all the, gene which were there in the other places, other environment, other country, and then how it is moved from one place to other place. All the things, unless we know the whole genome sequence, it is easy to find out. Then these are all the some of the instruments, which field-based instruments which is used, or immuno-based technique which is used in the field itself, or bedside, wherever the working somebody is not individual there, not doing well or ill health there itself, which is possible to find out what type of disease he has. The same way, if it is one band, two band, all the thing. If it is only one band, we can say that's a control. There is no disease. If it is two band, we can say that individual, who has a particular disease, either bacterial, viral, all the things. Now they have the simple method. Even malaria testing, what they used to do earlier, they used to collect the smear in the glass plate and then bring to the slide to the lab and then check for all the things, whether it is malaria is there in the cells, red blood cells or not. But now it is not like there itself. They do the immunoassay and then find out the individual has a Plasmodium falciparum or Plasmodium vivax or any other species there itself, and then give that drug. That is easy to do it. Earlier used to take 48 hours or 72 hours. So these are all the some of the equipments which really we can collect the sample, do it there itself, and then complete assay. The first responder can inform to the base hospital or the base center, so that all the things can be monitored there itself. How many samples he has done it, how many tests he has done it, what are all the samples he has done it, whether it's a urine sample or the environmental sample or the plant product, all the things that is possible there itself. So these are all the other way of showing about how the band, same like the PCR, real-time PCR. If the agent is positive, immediately which shows the positive this one. These are all the the company which is a US company, Tetracore. They are making all the things which they have been used by other countries, but India still it is a thing. We have to do it. Some of the things we have to get it, do it there itself. So some of the multiplexers, even the beads, the beads. Generally, the lateral flow assay, we do put the sample and see. Some of the custom made beads, in one bead we can put all the things, different bacterial, virus, genome in there itself. And then one sample from the one blood sample, we can find out all the agents possible, whatever the bacteria, any sort of special bacteria, either it is 64 or 16, 32, all the samples, all the agents can be found out. That's a easy to do in versatile method, and then cost effective in one ELISA plate. We can do it many number of samples. So this way how it is done. The bead test, the add samples and then incubate it, label. Within 2 hours you can get the result there itself, the field itself. So these are all the things which are all there, because different agents, different platform which are all there. Either it is Zika virus or all the one panel for all the mosquito-borne disease, other panel which have all the bacteria-borne disease or the virus-borne disease. All the things, yes, it is possible by using this instrument. This is a way which shows about what are all the things, how the disease, the dengue 1, dengue 2, because some of the time when we see the dengue cases, maybe dengue 1 or dengue 2, dengue 3, dengue 4. So all the things possible in one go. So these are the field-based instruments which are all being used. This is a one which called as XMAP. Generally, the US, all the airport, they do have it. Because they do take the 24 hours monitoring of all the samples, whatever the aerosols, because we don't know this room, how many bacteria are there, whether it is infectious bacteria, infectious agents are there, which collects a sample, aerosol sample, and then do the multiplex, the instrument which is fixed over there, and then tell about around the 24 hour, 7 into 24 or the round the year which can collect the sample and then tell about what are the agents which are on there. And the small amounts, any of the biothreat agents which small amounts are required can be spread aerosol or effects not immediate, which most of the things, not like chemical, biological samples mainly, which takes either 24 hours or 48 hours, the individual who has a infection or not. And then the bio risk, as he was talking about, the associated with the biological material, the dot safety, security is a component. Mainly we should know about the bio risk, biosecurity, bio safety. So things biosecurity, the measures employed to protect biohazardous material as well as critical element of information against loss or theft or release of infectious agents or toxins. What are the toxins which are already, spread over there in that place. So mainly the biorisk and the dark area, nature of agent toxin we should know, and then scientific procedure to carry it out, risk exposure safety of the staff who are working there, risk of the environment presence, the risk of the theft. See, some of the biological agents can be taken and then manipulated the way in which they want it. That also possible. The transport of material, natural risk. What are the really by transportation of material, how the materials have come, and then the natural risk. Really, it is available. The what are the agents which were there earlier, or anything which has come new to that place. We should know about all the things. Then the biorisk management, many of the things, biorisk assessment, mitigation, or the biorisk performance. These are all the things. Then only it is possible to containment of any of the disease or the agents. This risk can either low, middle, or the moderate, or the very high. We should know the risk factors. He was talking about different models earlier, Professor Manoharan telling about all the things. These are all the way to be done. Then the biorisk, either it is livelihood or consequence risk, mainly the individuals performing direct manipulation, whether it is all the things which can tell about whether it is manipulated one or natural one. So mainly the agent characteristic, the biological material we should know about all the biological material, personal supervising we should know about what are the agents which are all there, and the environmental laboratory facility, whether it is different agents or protocol, what are the protocol which he has followed, and then mainly the these are the equipments which are used in the lab as well as in the field. So any of the good microbiological lab, see when we go to the any of the clinical area, because we should know about if I give the sample, I should know about whether the reliable data I am getting or not. So for that only good microbiological practice which is required. The lab should be a good lab. The material should be the reliable sample, reliable instrument, reliable individual. Then only we can say about this is a particular disease or particular agent. So the workplace, how we do it, the gloves, the PPE, the material, all the things which is responsible for the workplace assessment. Then the biological spills over, mainly, see when we know about this, all the material which is spill over there, what are the precautionary measures one should take. At least we should not go to that place unless we know the agent. Or if we know that collect the samples, we should collect properly with the PPE, with the gloves, all the things. Then only it is not able to. The individual who is collecting, he may be the hazard to the other people. So another big area is water contamination. Water, easily water can be contaminated because a few days back in Infra Technology also they have given the report 70% of water is contaminated. Is not a good water or which is not a potable water. because may easy to contaminate water in a fast way. So what DRDO has developed some of the things, the water testing, even the Tamil Nadu government recently, which the last photo which shows about, this is a kit developed by DRD Gwalior. We have put equally some of the strips over there. You can put the water over there, keep it for 16 hours to 18 hours. The water color become black, mean you should not drink it. So these are all the things which is purchased by WHO. WHO is giving to all the people wherever it is possible. This cost is around 10 to 12 rupees bottle. So at least you can get it, check it the water quality of the things. And then this is very easy to do it because in that area, whatever the water is being used for the drinking purpose or any other purpose, we should know the water quality of the the water quality is a good quality or not. So other decontamination, the bacteria phage also being used nowadays. The bacteria phage means we know about the virus which is there in the bacteria. So which can be used, manipulated such a way that which can be the vaccine purpose, you can use it, or decontamination purpose, you can use it, or the therapeutic or drug delivery, all the things. But we should know the how we can manipulate it, we can get a pure bacteriophage, then we can use it on the things. So some of the PPE that's we know about all the things, flying material, liquid material, chemical agents, what are the PPE. So we know about wherever the package system, wherever the area, generally we do put, the yellow color, red color, white color, blue color, how the toxicity of the compound which are all there. So we have developed some of the things, vehicle, actually the Parak is called. So wherein all the instrument is fixed over there. So there's some sort of small container in the vehicle. The vehicle can be taken to the field and then there itself we can take the sample, we can do it. Some of the mainly which are developed for the food material in the border area, how the food sample is good or bad, all the things. But this is a vehicle which we used at Mysore during the COVID period. Many number of samples we tested over there in different area, which was very, very useful during the COVID period. So some of the kit which we developed by DRD Gwalior, mainly the bacterial agents, the viral agents, as well as some of the common virus, common bacteria. It will be useful in the field-based kit. There itself we can take the kit and then do it in the field itself to find out what are the agents which is contaminated or not contaminated. So the waste management, another important area, whether it is a sample collection or environmental collection, the waste also should be properly packed, but properly it has to be disposed. So which shows about the, what are the material to be packed, how we should pack it, how we should throw it, what are all the things which shows. The transportation of good material, that's a thing, shipping, receiving material. We should know about what are the materials which are come, loading, unloading, all the things we should know about, the way, like, physical contamination, chemical contamination, what all the chemicals can be used for the decontamination part. So this is a conclusion, just like the risk management, we should know about what are the risks, what are the agents, what are the decontamination, all the things. So the first responder can respond in a proper way, contain the disease, or he can inform to the people. So these are all the things which are all the take precautionary measures. So the way forward, mainly for the questions to remind in context biosecurity needs to be, reassure the public or scientists, art managers or regulators, all the things. And the measure the prevent manage, the mainly thing is we are taking care of the biosecurity or biosafety, all the things. So think safe or act safe or be safe so that disease can be which may not spread, may not spread further. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to be there with you for my 40 minutes. If you have any questions, let me try to give some answers. Please. I don't know, we have been packing since morning, same thing. That's the only much question. If you don't have any other question, thank you once again. Thank you very much for the quota product.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Shri Bhupendra Chakra, Deputy Director, DG Family Mobile, to felicitate Dr. Natarajan Gopalan, Professor at the Department of Epidemiology and Public Health, Central University of Tamil Nadu.
உட்காருங்க.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we proceed with the session 5, emergency procedures, Directorate General Factory Advice Service and Labour Institute and Chennai Port Authority extends warm, hearty welcome to Madam Bhamati, IAS retired. Now I request Dr. Maheshwari, Port Health Officer, to start the session on the topic Emergency Procedures, Medical Management by First Responder in Biohazard Emergency. Welcome, ma'am. Good evening, dignitaries, experts and participants. Before starting my session, I want to ask all of you, you might have an experience of studying overnight for exams, especially in college days. School days you might be all very sincere. What we'll do in college days, just on the day of exam, we study hard, and we'll go and write the exam and come back, sleep, right? The same scenario, it might be applies for me. I prepare, and finally, when you enter in the exam hall, you have noticed that the question paper has already leaked, and everyone knows the answer. What is your expression, or I can say definitely it is a disappointment. I should have been slept well. Correct? The same situation now, I am here. So you all should be very happy because already the topic has been covered very well by Sir, Professor Sri Natarajan Gopalan. And I am not going to overload, I can say, with so much of information. And there might be another scenario. You might be searching for notes rather than studying a big book just before the exam, right or not? Is there any handheld notes? Anyone has taken notes or any notes which is written by some local author rather than studying some international publication, right? The same I also have right now. So the sir has written some international paper or a book. I have just prepared some notes from that book, I believe, because when I was listening to his lecture, I thought it is very exhaustive, informative, with full of knowledge. Normally, as a public health experts, what we think always, whether you will listen or you know or not, it's our duty to convey the message. What we think at the end, at least 10 of you or 1 of you understand the impact of the public health, then that's enough for us, because you will take our responsibility to spread the information in your workplace, in family and friends, wherever possible. Our responsibilities ended there. And I would like to emphasize or express to Sir mainly, he was worried about the detection response at port. But with the stakeholders, I can see few of you from Ennur Port also, I believe, I can see from ETTPL, Ennur Port. Ennur and Chennai Port, they have some information. Can I say some information or more information? Because many of you attended many meetings and trainings conducted by Port Health Organization in terms of public health emergency of international concern. So you might be having some background knowledge. That knowledge might have been built up today with the help of professor. And many times we are the only ones speaking about vector, disease, zoonosis, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. So maybe all these sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking, maybe we are keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information or insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, emphasizing but might be thinking of emerging, maybe we are keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, emphasizing but might be thinking how that maybe we are keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we are keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we are keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, IHR. Said. He was the first one said we should investigate the workplace and we should create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, century or he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace and we should create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, century or he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace. So having known what is occupation, create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, century or he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace. So having known what is occupation, create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, century or he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace. So having known what is occupation, create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, century or he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace. So having known what is occupation, create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, he was the first one said we should investigate the workplace. So having known what is occupation, create an awareness. So maybe all this I really want sentences or words, buzzwords, many of you already heard many times, but might be thinking how that maybe we keep saying why we are the only ones speaking about vector, information, insist on this, emerging, re-emerging, was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe all this really interventions of the words as well. We are the only ones who he was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe all this really interventions of the words as well. We are the only ones who he was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe all this really interventions of the words as well. We are the only ones who he was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe all this really interventions of the words as well. We are the only ones who he was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe all this he was the first one. We should investigate what is it. So having known what is occupation, so maybe What we are doing, we are collecting the rodents from the ship, from the port area, and drawing the samples. Again, taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and fleas, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. What we are doing, we are collecting the rodents from the ship, from the port area, and drawing the samples, rodent organs. Again, taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and fleas, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. What we are doing, we are collecting the rodents from the ship, from the port area, and drawing the samples, rodent organs. Again, taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and fleas, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. We are doing getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. We are doing getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. We are doing getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for Disease Control. We are doing getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for taking speeds, right? So what we are doing is, we are doing getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for taking prevention, right? So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention, right? So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention, right? So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that might be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, like obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that may be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that may be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that may be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, rapidly drawing the samples, again taking out the organs, especially spleen and liver and kidneys, and sending to National Center for prevention. They have identified the root causes. So what we are doing, obesity comes, like hypertension comes, that may be troublesome for perfectly fine. Getting the chance for the plague phase in India, Adequate precaution before handling this so-and-so parcel or a container or a cargo by using adequate precautions. Or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. So finally, what is the principle of prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. So finally, what is the principle of prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking a tea. So this is just a. So finally, what is the principle of prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking a everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the principle of proper prevention of occupational disease? Either we will try to reduce the precaution before handling, try to substitute with the parcel or a potential infectious agent, or by using adequate precautions. So or in case of leak, please don't touch, please intimate to the concerned authority. Just taking the international health. Everything is just a So finally, what is the Foreign going ship. The danger is here. As Sir said, it is porous now. Because the foreign going ships in India, there are a lot of the danger is here. As Sir said, it is porous now. Because the Vietnam is a minor port, right? So this minor ports, there is no public health specialist. It is handled by some state government, a medical person. They are not much aware about the international disease threat. So still it is porous. So do you think is it easy to have a adequate manpower at all minor ports all of a sudden? Very difficult. The government have lot of policies. So what is your role in that? When you don't know whether you will be here or in a Ennur port or a Kottipalli or a Krishnapatnam port, your role is as much as possible, take a preventive action. If in case any suspicious events are there, please report. So that's why we want to spread the awareness of what could happen at the international borders at point of entries, in other words. So in order to strengthen the core capacity at point of entry, we have established a lot of things. I will be going to give in one slide what are the things we did in the last 2 years. So we have strengthened the national capacity for the surveillance and control, including in travel and transport. So what is the scope of IHR 2005? I have mentioned from the disease list to all public health threat and all hazards. We were talking about CBR and all hazards. All hazard is not only biological. It talks about chemical, it talks about radionuclear. So all include CBR and knee events is covered in IHR 2005. So this is just to give you an information about who is actually implementing the IHR. It's not only the Ministry of Health, the DHS, and national focal point is nothing but NCDC, National Center for Disease Control, airports, state governments, in other words, point of entry, and other ministries, everyone. So every one of us together are trying to implement IHR because we are signatory to IHR. So what they are saying, what capacity you should have during routine times. So there are some listed conditions which you should have during routine times. I can say yes for all the 4 questions or 5 questions. Yes, I have a trained manpower. I have the trained manpower for assessing. I have an adequate equipment, and I ensured a safe environment for the travelers and workers at the port, a safe food, safe water, and safe sanitation. And in addition, we have started doing a lot of training program for the vector control. In case of emergency is not like some collapse, some cardiac arrest. No, any emergency in terms of public health emergency of international concern. If there is an outbreak or a pandemic like COVID or Mpox, what are the measures should be in place? I can say yes. We are also trying to have a temporary isolation facility inside the cruise terminal that is in place, and we have identified a quarantine or isolation facility in Rajiv Gandhi Government General Hospital in case of any suspected passenger, crew or a worker inside the port. So what we need to do? We were talking prevention that we are doing regularly by doing a routine control and assessing the risk. And early warning by doing an inspection in the ship and analyzing the status of the crew and passenger before arrival and screening them. And response, we are having a contingency plan in place, and we have almost finalized the public health emergency of contingency plan. I have shared yesterday with the ministry. I should have been done after this workshop. I was thinking one of the nodal officers should be a dog safety. So when I'm going through all of your regulations, dog safety regulations, I was thinking why I have not done any coordination, collaboration with the dog safety so far, because most of our intention is towards the prevention of disease, maybe among workers or entry of disease into the country. I should have been done, but I wish to revise my PHECP to include one of them as a nodal officer so that we can coordinate very well in future. So what the IHR says, detect, assess, report and respond. This is what? For all diseases. So this is the only one slide which I prepared after listening to the SARS lecture, I can say. What we did so far. We have constituted a joint public health sanitation committee which represents stakeholders of port as well as experts from state government and regional health and from regional entomological team. We have done quarterly meetings so far, we have completed 5. I know many of you are members of JPHs here who are sitting, who have attended the meeting and given their feedback. This JPHC meeting we have used to analyze starting from vector, water, food, sanitation and pest surveillance. Altogether, we have discussed various topics, almost more than 1 to 2 hours, and we got the feedback that the measures have been implemented in the last 5 meetings. Apart from this, you all aware about, we used to put a message on vector surveillance joint inspection every day. You all might be wondering, ma'am, why the mosquito is there elsewhere? So, more than us mosquitoes there, why we are actually torturing the mosquito. Even I heard this word, ma'am, why you are torturing mosquito? Let them also survive as like us. Lot of comments we have received. We will not be worried if we are outside the port. I know. It's not like worry. We will not be much worried if we are outside the port. But since it is inside seaport, we don't want another disease like a dengue or chikungunya. Do you all think a dengue and chikungunya is a very simple disease? You know there is no effective treatment options. So many of your relatives or your own family members might have been affected. I can very well say even few of them might have been died also, unfortunately, because of dengue. And recently the chikungunya outbreak started. So everything comes through the mosquito. So do you want another disease like yellow fever and Zika or any other disease? Let us not. That too, let us not through Chennai or Ennore port, right? So that's the reason we are trying to do a regular vector surveillance with a joint inspection with the stakeholders of Chennai Port Authority. And I mentioned about how we are doing a plague surveillance in the beginning of my talk, and water safety surveillance also we have touched. So I wish to appreciate the civil and mechanical department for taking remedial measures for this E. coli contamination by installing the liquid chlorination and covering of all the reservoirs. And we talked about sanitation facility, how the improvement has been taken place. Apart from this, we were only focusing on the source reduction and biological control rather than chemical control. So if you have a mosquito menace, what you will make a complaint in the corporation? You are not fogging. You are not applying a larvicide. You are not taking any measures. That is the reason the mosquito has been breeding lot and biting a lot. Right? So you all think like it is only role of the health worker to control the mosquito. But you yourself generating lot of mosquitoes. I think by the word of source reduction, everyone is aware about what to do in your workplace. You should not have any containers which contain a clean water which might cause Aedes bleeding. So as of now, everyone is trying to remove all the scraps, all the water holding container inside the port, especially inside the top. And the BLS training, I can proud to say, the BLS training has been conducted for all the Chennai and Ennore port stakeholders, and specifically we have done for Shipping Agent Association. Sir, I take this opportunity to say we would like to take one BLS training for the dock laborers also. Yesterday we did one of the ORV ship, the BLS training. So I have a team who are expert in conducting the BLS training. We would like to give a hands-on training to them. I will coordinate with you in later stage. I have mentioned about IEC session. I have mentioned about hands-on training which we have done for vector surveillance and control measures. By going through all these control measures with the help of civil and mechanical department, we have finalized lot of plan for Chennai Port. Water safety plan, solid and liquid waste management plan, and as I said, the public health emergency contingency plan. We have completed these 3 plans. It is now finalized and sent for a circulation. I hope all of you have gone through with the concerned officials. The final one is One Health. Sir, you might have been thought now your question paper has leaked, right? This One Health has been in place by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare long back. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. Sir, are you aware of it? We are going to have a regional NCDC centers. So one will be in Tambaram. We are going to establish for the southern region. So the concept of having NCDC in the regional wise rather than like decentralizing this NCDC, National Center for Disease Control, for One Health approach. So we were talking a lot about zoonosis. Zoonosis ever. Zoonosis is nothing but a disease spread from animal to human. The best example is COVID-19. It's a zoonotic virus. So since we have a very close relationship with the animal health and the human health, we thought let us have a One Health with the contribution from all the organization which is mentioned here. I think it's at the end of my talk. So these are my references which I did overnight study, biological hazard in the working environment, technical guidelines on biological hazards in working environment, and the Oxford Handbook of Occupational Health, and the PAR Preventive and Social Medicine 27. Thank you all for the kind attention, and I thank DGFSLI and Chennai Port Authority for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Anita. Thank you very much, ma'am. I request Vipul Kumar Mishra, Director DG Fastly, to felicitate Madam Dr. Maheshwari, Port Health Officer, with the momentum. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the last session of the day. In the day, I forget to ask any questions? Any queries? No, you all thinking like I may ask some questions if you ask. No. Thank you all for time. Thank you, ma'am. Now the last session will be by Dr. Ramarao on the topic innovative technologies, use of technology in monitoring biohazards and chemical risks. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you for giving this opportunity to me. So I also given small warning to complete as early as possible. So if most of the information has been covered regarding the hazardous chemicals, I will skip most of the slides if they are overlapping, and I will focus on the work we have done at the DRDA. So currently I am working as associate professor at the EBS department in the Central University of Tamil Nadu. Okay, I will be covering the techniques to monitor the chemical hazards. By now, you all know that what are the chemical hazards. They are nothing but the chemicals in the form of gases, vapors, or liquids or solids that can harm the humans or any living organism by any means. Simply, there are no safe chemicals. All chemicals are toxic. The only way is handling them safely. That is the only thing. So there are no safe chemicals in the environment. Next, please. So we all know one of the biggest disaster in the world industrial in terms of chemical industry is Bhopal gas tragedy. So that is, we all know that during the night of December 2, 1984, the methyl isocyanate gas released from the tank that is already misfunctioning
that employers did not pay attention to that. That 30 tons of methyl isocyanate released into the city of Bhopal, and it has killed so many people, thousands of people, and it has affected the nearly 60,000 people then, and still we can see the after effects of the methyl isocyanate. Go to third slide. Yes. So it is not only killed the humans, and it has affected the several generations, and at the time it also affected the plants and animals. And similarly, we have so many chemical accidents involving at the ports also. You might all be knowing that since you are working in the ports. So that is Lebanon port explosion of ammonium nitrate. Okay, nearly 30 tons of ammonium nitrate has been stored unsafely. That was caused the explosion. That caused again. Next slide. Next test. Again, that explosion has caused thousands of deaths, and many were, even lakhs of people were evacuated from that place. That happened in the port because of the negligence of that employer. Unsafely storage of that ammonium nitrate. Yeah, you can see the pictures. It has affected the several population, including children. And similarly, in India also we are not new. There are several accidents happened at the ports. One is that the chlorine leak at the Mumbai port. It is a clear case of negligence where that unattended chlorine cylinders were left like that. Even the people are not bothered. Over the time, the chlorine cylinder got corroded and the gas was leaked. Then nearly 100 people were severely critically ill and many were affected. So one more, as we are handling the many chemicals, and liquid petroleum gas is the one of that. And in 1984 in Mexico, that liquid petroleum gas explosion has happened. I will not go to the much detail since I have very less time. So this type of the chemicals list has been shared from the morning onwards. There are many chemicals. As I said, there are no safe chemicals, and we have flammable chemicals and toxic chemicals like chemicals that cause the cancer, chemicals that cause mutations, and that can cause the effect on the several generations and all. So the route of exposure is mostly the same as a biological exposure since they have covered in the previous, and most of the chemicals get exposed through inhalation route because the gases are the most toxic chemicals, and other forms also possible. And when and where you get exposed to these chemicals during the loading and unloading or during the transferring the chemicals from one place to the other place, or accidental spills or intentional spills, or during cleaning and maintenance also it is very much possible. You can expose it to these toxic chemicals. And the type of effects, like there are the chemicals that act on your nervous system, and there are the chemicals that most of the chemicals act on your respiratory system, causes the lung damage, and some can cause the heart attack and all. And as I said, some of the chemicals can cause the cancer, and similarly, and the effect and intensity of the effects are depend upon the how much dose you got exposed to that. Because dose that makes the chemical is toxic. For example, somebody has taken the 10 grams of the ketan, that is a fatal. And if a diabetic person take 1 or 10 ml of the honey, that can be toxic. Similarly, if 1 drop of chlorine may not cause the any ill effects, but if it is 10 drops, that can kill a person. So we see the type of accidents happening all around the world that mostly covers the loss of containment, or the fire accidents or explosives. And if we see, most of the times they say that unknown reason. Either it can be, although the accident happens, people knowingly they categorize it as unknown reasons. But after the investigation, they came to know that it is the human error or technical errors or machinery faults are the most of the causes for these accidents. Similarly, what is the source or origin of the accidents? The transport causes the top number of accidents in the ports. I'm not going to much detail. If you see the countrywide accidents, although in previous lecture somebody has told the Netherlands has the safest ports, but it is also the country that has a more number of port accidents. It may be due to that country has a very low level at the sea. Because of that land, the lack of landscape and all that may cause, followed by the USA and many other countries, and very end of countries having these port accidents. So this you might already knowing that many lectures has covered this. It is required for universalization of the hazard identification. Okay, we have to follow the same for all the countries. So coming to the detection, like biohazard, chemical detection is very challenging because there are million and million chemicals are there, and some of them act like a similar, and some of them like gases, they behave like a similar, and most toxic chemicals may not give you any trace, like they are colorless, odorless, or they are tasteless. So it is very important to detect them early, to diagnose and to treat the person, and also to avoid the major damage in terms of the life as well as the economy. So why you have to detect is that to identify the what type of the agent. For example, here sarin, that is a nerve agent. Like that if it is a chlorine, okay, we have to identify the type of the agent to take the necessary action. Similarly, to identify the what amount of the agent. As I said, 1 drop may not be toxic, but it is 10 drops, it is toxic. Similarly, 1 drop of the sarin, that is nerve agent, can kill a person. 1 drop, okay, within 5 to 10 minutes. That is the reason why we have to identify the agent, and we have to identify the location where it is located, so that we can evacuate that particular area. Similarly, it helps us to wear the protective environment and also to take the protective measures in terms of the medical as well as the physical aspects. And finally, if we could not identify the accident before, what it will provide us is that detection provide us to help to investigate the cause, like forensic analysis. This is what exactly happens in most of the times. We don't have the detection system to identify the threat, so at least we can identify them at the later in the forensic analysis. So for example, if you are going for the detection, we have to identify the two reasons. What is your purpose and what kind of the instrument, that is what is the sensitivity of the instrument, how good it can detect. So these are the criteria, you have to do that. Your instrument should be reliable, rapid, and able to sensitive enough to detect the threat. So we have to have a different kind of the samples. You can collect the environmental samples like air, water, or sewage water, or any kind of the environmental samples. And if the person is get exposed, we can collect the blood, urine, or any kind of the body fluids. Or if the person is not exposed, if the animals get exposed, those samples can also help us to identify the what type of this threat is there. It is hazardous chemicals or what kind of the cause. So all these samples you can detect by portable detect devices like this, or you can detect in a laboratory like GCMS, LCMS techniques. They can clearly identify what kind of the agent and what kind of the threat, what kind of the chemical it is. So for this we have a different kind of the detectors and sensors. So for example, the person who is handling the detector, he should be knowing what is the base level of that instrument, and also he should be knowing what is the threshold limit and what is the dangerous limit. Okay, then only he can able to identify to what is the threat, what is the non-threat. So nowadays, as I said, millions and millions of chemicals are available. So manually screening each and every chemical, it is not possible. Suppose in a port is very big position, very big place, where you have installed the 100 or more than 100 devices or a sensor. So if the person is going to evaluate each and every place, it is not possible. So nowadays the softwares are there, they can interlink all the sensors and they can locate where exactly the incident or a threat happened, where is the leak happening, where is the particular toxic gas is getting released. Similarly, in India, we do give the instructions, we do give the checklist, we do give the SOPs, but the people generally don't follow. For example, person who is entering into the red zone or a danger zone, if they have a biometric system that can detect the person is having the PPE or all the safety measures he has taken or not, or he has to fill the checklist online, then only the entry should be there. So it all can be done by the integrating apps. Okay. So, for example, you are giving the training like this. For example, you want a practical training. So it is doing the practical with the real agent is really dangerous. So it is not allowed also. In that case, we can give mock drills and mock training with the non-toxic chemicals, where that is what simulation and testing can be done. It is particularly used for the training purposes. So I will take an example of the chemical warfare agents as a case study, how to detect different kind of the agents and what are the chemical agents. Earlier, chemical warfare agents are only related to the defense, but nowadays they are a problem of public health, I will say, because they are easy to manufacture. They are often called as a poor man's atomic bombs because they are cheap and they can be used by any mode, air, gas, or they can be mixed with water, food, and anything. There are incidents I will tell. So first of all, what are the different types of the chemical warfare agents? There are the nerve agents. The name suggests they act on the nervous system. As I said, they can kill a person within 5 to 10 minutes. Even 10 microgram or 1 drop is enough to kill a person. There are the people have been used in the terrorist attacks war. I have an example of that. Similarly, there are the blister agents that cause the blisters and wounds on a person. Sulfur mustard, it has been used in the war and also in some terrorist attacks. And also blood agents we have like cyanide that can inhibit the cytochrome oxidase in our blood so that the person unable to get the oxygen and he will die. Similarly, choking agents are there like oxygen and chlorine. They can affect on the lungs and they can cause the death. So as I said, these chemical warfare agents earlier was prepared or synthesized for use only in the war. Like they have been used in the World War I and II. And earlier they are considered as only for a defense threat. But you have seen in the Tokyo in 1994 and 95, they have used on the civilian apartments and a metro railway station. Okay, there dozens of people were died and maybe many people were affected. If it is happening in India, there are hundreds and millions of people may die. Okay, because of the dense population, and we don't have any preparedness for this. So nowadays it has become a public health problem. Although the Chemical Weapons Convention has came into the play, it has banned the production and use of the chemical weapons, but still many countries have tons and tons of these chemical weapons for the purpose of not only war, and even terrorists can easily make these. A BSc chemist can produce the chemical weapon because of the existing knowledge. So that is why there is the threat of public health law. So as I said, nerve agents has been used in a Syria and civilian population. Okay, the one government has used and many children and innocent people have died during that attack. Not only that, nowadays nerve agents has been used for a high-profile murders. Like we say, the North Korean opposition leader has been killed by using a nerve agent. Similarly, a Russian opposition leader has been killed using these nerve agents. Well, the problem, as I said, these toxic chemicals doesn't leave. They don't have the taste. They don't have the odor. They don't have any smell. So when his food, Russian opposition food spiked with this nerve agent, he unable to sense anything. So later on he died after several days. So whenever this kind of threat happens, there are three important parameters: detection, protection, and decontamination is required. Detection using the machinery, and the protection either it can be medical protection or a physical by using proper safety parameters like PPE and all. And decontamination, you can able to neutralize that agent of threat. And these things are very well applicable to your content because most of these techniques work very well for your toxic industrial chemicals or the chemicals you are handling daily basis. Because these chemical warfare agents are top the list of toxic chemicals. If the system or a medical procedure working for these chemicals, that very well applied and customized for your purpose. Okay. At the DID Gwalior, we have a different kind of instrument that can detect based on their purpose. As I said, there are two kinds of the purpose. One is on-site, where incident happen, you can detect using different kind of the techniques. Similarly, the off-site, where if you want to identify the exact agent or the unknown agent. Most of the times, as COVID came, like this accident happen, every time they can have a new chemical. Okay, that new chemical may not be having in a reference library. In that case, we have to identify in a lab only by identifying its structure. So for example, manual detection is possible by simply changing, you take a liquid, we add a dye, there is a change in the color. For example, if you want to detect the ammonia, you can take the solution that contain ammonia, we add a dye like azo-chromo dye or a chromocresol dye that will change the color from blue to green or red to blue, like that. Based on that, we can identify particular chemical. At DRD, we have different kind of instruments for the detection of the different toxic chemicals. Like we have detected three types of chemical warfare agents like nerve agents, D-type agents and blister agents. That is a simple paper-based detection where the paper is coated with the 3 different dyes. For example, if the paper turns into the green color, we can see that there is a reagent present in the environment or your sample. Similarly, if it is yellow, there is G-type chemical agents are present. And similarly, if the paper turns into the red color, then you can say Lester or sulfur mustard having that sample. Similarly, for vapor or air samples, we have an instrument we have detailed in this slide. This is residual vapor detection. For example, you have a air sample. If you want to know what kind of the chemical agent present in the environment, only thing you have to fill this gas in this chamber, that is a tube that contains different kinds of impregnated dye opposite dye. For example, if the nerve agent is there, that will bind to the particular dye and it will give different color. See, using this instrument, we can detect the ammonia at 10 microgram level when the tube turns into a purple color. Similarly, there are different colors. Based on that, different dyes will give you the different idea about what are the agents present in that. This instrument can customize for your own purpose, and some of these are can able to, like ammonia is very much common in the course. Chlorine is there. So similarly, this water poison piece are as covered. I will skip this, but you can see there are different kind of the chemicals like metals, toxic metals like arsenic, mercury, and manganese can be detected. So there are some pros and cons. Manual detection is most disadvantages. Their sensitivity. They can only detect at microgram or milligram level. So similarly, we have instruments that can be deployed at a remote areas based on your purpose. For example, if you want to identify the agent at the site where it is happened, we have a machinery, point detection machineries are there. Similarly, if you want to place your instrument at the compound wall or a fence surrounding your institute or at the border, we have instruments. Some stand-off detectors at the borders, we have instruments like that. So basically, these instruments works on these kind of principles like flame photometry, ion mobility spectrophotometer. I don't know. This is a little bit chemistry, and I will try to minimize it as much as possible. Electrochemical detection and FTIR based, and finally GCMS based techniques are more simple. We'll go one by one. This is flame photometry based detection of the different kinds of the samples that contain phosphorus as well as the sulfur. If you see the principle, when the sample enters into the acid gauge, it will get bound into the ionization chamber. Then the elements or electrons move through the optical filters. For example, every ion or every element has a different kind of the wavelength. For take an example of phosphorus has a wavelength at 510 to 530 nanometers. Will be phosphorus containing chemical passing through this filter that will give the indication. So the phosphorus containing chemicals like pesticides or alpha-phosphate chemicals or many other industrial chemicals contain this kind of the chemicals. They will helpful for a screening purpose. Okay. Similarly, sulfur. If the sulfur is there, that will detect at 400 to 410 nanometers. So using this instrument at DRDE, we have identified different nerve agents because the nerve agents are basically organophosphate chemicals. They are nothing but a siblings of the pesticides used over crops like agriculture, but in terms of the toxicology, they are very, very high. As a pesticide, if the person drinks 10 ml, that may be toxic, but as I said, 1 gram is good enough nerve agent in a person. And these instruments not only identify the agent, they will give how much level is present. For example, as I said, it is low, the green button will be give indication. If it is very high, it will give the number of the dots. Okay. So these kind of the instruments can be installed not only at the different purposes. As I said, they can be installed at the ports, they can be installed at different other purposes. They can be used for the 24 hours monitoring, and these are commercially also available, and you can customize for your own purposes. And railway stations, wherever the threat is possible, you can use those instruments. And one more machinery is the electrochemical based detection. It is very much used for the gases detection. Okay, gases like chlorine or ammonia, these toxic chemicals that get released in the pores and into the way. So those can be detected by using this instrument. In DRD or DRDO, we use it for a nerve agent detection. It basically works with nerve agent combined with a kind of chemical like oxygen. It will release a silane. those electrons, the flow of current is more than, and that will give an idea if nitrogen is present. Similarly, if ammonia reacts with a particular chromocrystal dye, that will give the electron. So that current is more than every chemical has a every particular dye. Based on that, we can sense that particular chemical is present or gas is present. Chlorine is also can be detected using this method. And as I said, nowadays commercial ammonia gas detectors are available that can work on electrochemical basis or optical sensors are available. And as you know, there is no specific antidote for the ammonia poisoning. Only that you have to treat the symptoms, you have to evacuate the victim, and you have to provide the symptomatic treatment. Similarly, carbon monoxide leakage is very much possible in our pores. It is often called as invisible killer because we never know that we are inhaling the carbon monoxide. Since it doesn't give you much indication, it can be released from ranging from the firing the wood or the gasoline, combustion of the gasoline and many other purposes. Are in ports very much possible, and it was found that the loading docks can release the carbon monoxide. And nowadays, easy chemical agent detectors or gas detectors are available. As I said, it will compete with your oxygen in the body along to bind with the hemoglobin. Hemoglobin carries the oxygen and carbon monoxide replaces the oxygen. Then the person is unable to breathe and that can lead to the death if he is exposed to more and more. Only providing the artificial ventilation or providing the oxygen chamber treatment is only useful and no specific antidote again. And similarly, chlorine detection, as I said, electrochemical based detection is possible. And also again, chlorine, there is no specific antidote, only symptomatic treatment or providing him some kind of first aid only possible. They told you. So these are the permissible limit of chlorine. You can go through next if you have a time. And one more very important instrument is iron mobility spectrophotometer. This is nowadays widely used for both portable as well as the field-based detection. This instrument works on the principle. Once the air passes through this chamber, that is drip tube they call it as, the ions get ionized in the chamber. Those ions will have a charge. Okay, when the ions get charged, they will move in a different velocities. Different ions will have a different charge, and based on their charge, they have a different kind of the velocity. Based on the velocity, you will get a graph. Based on that, you can detect what type of the agent. Every agent have a different fingerprint. Based on that fingerprint, you can identify what kind of the chemical, what kind of the toxicant is present in your sample or in your. So based on this principle, there are many commercially available instruments. At DRDE, we have our own indigenous instrument. These can be used for your own purpose because whatever the input we give, you have to make a library. For example, in the code, you have a list of chemicals that you want to detect. For using the standard of those chemicals, we can generate a library, and that library can be useful to detect your unknown agent at state. Similarly, FDR-based instrument has been used. There are two types, active or passive. Active can detect the ion radiation from the both object as well as the sensor, whereas the passive only detect the ion radiation from the anything from the ion object. Yeah. Again, there are many instruments are available. These FDR-based instruments are very much useful for this board because they can detect explosives, narcotics, and common chemicals also, along with the chemical organisms and toxic industrial chemicals. It has a wide range of detection capacity. Again, this FDR, IR, whenever the IR radiation illuminated a sample, it will generate again fingerprint type of imprint. Okay, like it basically detect the functional groups present in the chemicals. I don't know how many have a chemical background, so I'm not going to much detail. Again, what it gives is every chemical has a different kind of graph that is nothing but a fingerprint. Okay, based on that fingerprint, when you compare with your reference, you can identify what the type of chemical is present. Based on this principle, several instruments are available in the market. So, these type of instruments are very much useful for the field-based as well as the borders, and everywhere you can install them, and based on that fingerprint, you can able to identify what kind of the threat is there. Okay. So not only that field-based, is you can install in the like mobile vehicles and the mobile. You can install them at particular location where typically GCMS based techniques are most sensitive and suitable for a unknown chemical threat identification because they have wide range of identification capacities. GCMS, as the name suggests, there are two different techniques. GC, that is gas chromatography. What it do is it will separate the kind of analytes present in your sample based on their interaction with stationary phase. For example, the air contains 100 of chemicals. When you pass that air to a stationary phase, that is located in a stationary column. So based on the your sample analyte interaction with that column, they get eluted different time intervals. Based on that time, what chemical is, for example, chemical 1 is getting eluted early at the 1 minute of the time. The chemical 10 may elute at the later time at the 10 minutes. Based on the detection time in the column, you can able to identify different kinds of the chemicals. 100 chemicals, 1000 chemicals can be identified. And whatever the chemicals eluted from the GC column, they can be combined with the mass spectrometry. This mass spectrometry again generates a very good unique identification of every chemical has a different mass. When you even two chemicals maybe have the same mass, when you fragment that chemical into a fragments, small fragments, then they will have a different kind of fingerprints. Based on that unique identification code mass, we can identify n number of chemicals using this GCMS. This is very useful technique, and many toxic chemicals, explosive, volatile chemicals, gases, and many more. This has a wide range of detection capacity. Okay, this can be used in the ports as well as the and many other applications. So, future perspective, one technique, one instrument may not able to detect all. For example, take an example of previous GCMS that is very good for volatile compounds. But when if you want to detect a polar chemicals, that may not be good, and it is not at all good. So in that case, we have a different kind of the instrument that can able to detect polar analytes. Okay, in that case, one technique, one instrument may not be good enough. So we have to make a combination of the instrument. They should be integrated with a network of sensors. Then only it is possible to identify. As I said, there are million and million chemicals that are toxic. So for example, you don't know what kind of the threat is there. Then we have to use this kind of networking of the sensor. Then only it is possible. So the future will be the network of different kind of the instruments, whether using it, different kinds of the like predictive AI. That this is the era of the artificial intelligence that we can use for these kind of automatic detection systems. The CTC, for example, it looks like a CCD camera installed in a building or any institute. So in the future, we can install the detectors and you can look those what is happening at one location by integrating those with your computer system. That is very much possible, and there people are already working on it. And this is also future. For example, if you want to detect in a defense area or a port area, you can install your those sensors in a drone. Okay, and that can detect. Not only that, particularly workers. Okay, it is not always possible to use such a big instruments and going the surveillance and detecting. For example, the people who are working with very red zones or a danger zones, if they have sensors like a wearable sensors, if they have a ring sensor that can detect the not only the type of agent, what is the danger level, okay, so that he can evacuate that place. Similarly, the chip sensors, these are very much possible, and this is smart start that is mostly designed for the defense purposes, where it has multiple sensors integrated with it one place. It is very much useful for the people who deployed in the remote areas where you do not have a communication. Okay, communication to tell what happened to them. So in that case, they are linked with their field station. Then, for example, a soldier has got affected by wound or he got killed, got the bullet wound. So yeah. Even I am rushing also. I simply rushed. It is covered only. Thank you. So simply rushing. Sorry.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience because arrival of the chairman is on the way. So we are very sorry. I request Shri Mahesh Jarpula, Assistant Director, DG Council, to honor Dr. Ramarao, Associate Professor, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir.
சதீஷ் நான் வந்து போட்டு அவன் ரெடி பண்ணி எல்லாம் எடுத்து வச்சாச்சு. இதுக்கு மேலே சதீஷ் நான் வந்து போய் கேட்க முடியும். அவன் மும்பைக்கு போனதுக்கு போகிறேன். நான் தான் சொல்கிறேன், இதான் இது நீயே வச்சுக்க. ஒரு இது வேறு ஏடிஎம் வேறு பெருமையாக வேறு சொல்லிக்கிறேன்.
Very good evening to one and all present here. Directorate General Factory Advice Service and Labour Institutes and Chennai Port Authority extends warm hearty welcome to Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS Chairperson Chennai Port Authority and Chairman Kamaraja Port Limited, Madam Bhamati, IAS retired, Shri Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary, Minister of Labour and Employment and Director General, DG Pacific, Shri Sumit Roy, Chief Inspector of Dock Safety, DG Pacific, Deputy Directors, Assistant Directors, DG Pacific, Head of the Departments, and all the delegates and audience present here to grace the closing ceremony of the one-day workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals. May I now kindly request Dr. Maheshwari, Port Health Officer, Chennai Port Authority, to honor our Madam Bhamati, IAS retired, with a shawl. Thank you, ma'am. I humbly request Shri S. Kribananda Swami, Traffic Manager, Chennai Port Authority, to felicitate Shri S. Sunil Paliwal, IAS Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, Chairman Kamaraja Port Limited, with a shawl. Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Shri Sumit Roy, Chief Inspector of Dock Safety, DG Council, to summarize the key takeaways of the workshop organized on various topics today.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Madam Bhamati, as retired Secretary to the Government of India. And we feel privileged to have you here today and get the guidance from such an eminent expert and an officer. Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, Chairman, Chennai Port Authority. Shri Alok Mishra Sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment and Director General, DG Fastly. And Shri S. Gopananda Swamy, Traffic Manager, Chennai Port Authority. I have the privilege today to summarize the key takeaways from today's workshop. The workshop that started with the inaugural session in the morning today. Shri Alok Mishra Sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment, in his address stated that the collaboration has emerged as a vital theme throughout the workshop, emphasizing the necessity for joint efforts among the port authorities, academic institutions, and government bodies to enhance the safety standards in dock operations. He also highlighted that this collaborative approach is crucial as it fosters the sharing of knowledge, resources, and best practices that can lead to the development of innovative safety protocols tailored to unique challenges faced in the dock environments. This workshop provided the platform for in-depth discussions on the national and international regulatory frameworks that govern the handling of hazardous chemicals. During the workshop, during my presentation, I have emphasized the importance of adherence to standards like the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of 1986 and the Manufacture, Storage and Import of Hazardous Chemicals Rules 1986 framed under the Environmental Protection Act, and the global frameworks such as the International Maritime Dangerous Goods Code. Participants, I believe, they now have a clear understanding of how these regulations play a vital role in ensuring the safe dock operations, protecting not only the workers but also the surrounding environment. Professor Gumadi, Dean Students from IIT Chennai, during his session, he emphasized the critical role of integrating the advanced safety technologies and the real-time monitoring in improvement in the work of the workplace safety standards for biohazards at the docks. He discussed the importance of adopting a data-driven approach to identify these hazards. His insights provided a roadmap for implementing practical, tech-driven solutions to enhance the overall dock safety and operational efficiency. He emphasized on maintaining hygienic working conditions for dock work, which can ultimately lead to safer dock work. During the session of Dr. Kunal Sharma, he, on enhancing the competency in handling hazardous chemicals, highlighted several critical points. He emphasized the importance of comprehensive regular training to ensure personnel understand the properties and risks of the hazardous chemicals. Dr. Sharma has stressed that conducting thorough risk assessment is essential for preventing the accidents and mitigating hazards before they escalate. Emergency preparedness was another key takeaway, and he advocated for regular safety drills and a robust emergency response system to manage chemical spills or accidents effectively. Dr. Raj Mohan, professor from NIT Surathkal, Karnataka, provided valuable expertise on risk management strategies, focusing he advocated for regular safety drills and a robust in hazardous environments. His session has highlighted the role of the quantitative risk analysis software in predicting risks and preventing accidents. During Dr. Natarajan's lecture on identifying the biological hazards in the dock environment and mitigation strategies for biological risk, provided several key insights. He highlighted the increase in risk posed by the biological hazards, such as exposure to pathogens and marine microorganisms, which can occur during dock operations. The importance of stringent hygiene practices and proper waste disposal was emphasized as critical measures to mitigate these risks. During the session delivered by Dr. Maheshwari, CMO, on medical management in bioemergencies at DOCS, she has emphasized on the necessity to investigate the working environment to devise the mitigation measures, and also informed that the plant-based extracted toxins, they also form a part of the biological hazards. She emphasized on the primary prevention for controlling the exposure and for taking preventive and protective measures. During the session delivered by Dr. Ramarao Golime on the use of technology in monitoring of biohazards and the chemical risks, provided several key insights into the crucial role of the advanced technology in ensuring safety. Dr. Golime acknowledged the challenges of implementing such technologies, including the necessity for skilled personnel and robust data security measures, concluding with a call for collaboration among academia, industry, and the government agencies to leverage technological advancements in enhancing safety protocols related to biohazards and chemical risks. This workshop has not only provided the participants with valuable technical knowledge, but also set a stage for future improvements and collaboration in the field of dog safety. The collective contributions of the experts and institutions in today's workshops will ensure that the knowledge gained here will pave the way for a safer and more efficient port operations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Madam Srimati Bhamati, IAS retired, to deliver special address.
Good evening to all. மனமார்ந்த மாலை வணக்கங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும். Chairman of the Chennai Port Trust, Mr. Palival, Mr. Alok Mishra from Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Labour and Employment, all representatives from FASLI, experts, resource persons, and esteemed participants from various sectors, from government, from business. I deem it a great pleasure to be participating in this one-day workshop on dog safety and handling of hazardous chemical agents. I really don't know why I'm here, but I understand that I have some background in doing CVR in emergencies, and my guru, Mr. Kunal Sharma, is present here. He had done a lot of Gyan there from the course which I did out of sheer interest. It was an online course done by the Homi Baba Nuclear Institute, Bombay, 1-year course. But I had earlier done an MBA in disaster management while I was in the Home Ministry. So this is my newfound passion. I'm always known for doing work on gender and human trafficking, but then this is the newfound passion, and sitting in those 3 sessions for just that 1.5 hours was a great source of learning. In fact, when Mr. Ramarao was doing his lecture, I felt I was redoing Mr. Kunal Sharma's sessions while doing the course. Learning never stops. But I must confess that I'm not a technical person, right? And when we talk about the safety, I'm also very happy to know that they're doing that. The ministry and Fastly is doing a series of workshops. It's closely following on heels after the Mangalore workshop, and now they're going to do it in Goa, and then very laudably they're going to go for an international takeoff on this subject. Dog safety and handling hazardous chemicals contain very critical areas of concern for maritime-based industrial sector. Any mismanagement can lead to catastrophic consequences impacting life, human health, environment, and public safety. Discussing these issues for a robust safety system in a marine environment, marine settings, including dock and shipping terminals, would undoubtedly be of great value, and for better implementation, the government stands to gain with high yielding revenues and for business to prosper. And therefore, all that we are doing as stakeholders here will ultimately, if we have effective safety systems and efficient business, we are contributing to the economic health of the nation. That's a larger goal. We have a lot of challenges and concerns, and I'm just mentioning a few of them from what I understood. Is that you have small and big ports, docks, all of which are not uniformly resourced with infrastructure, safety equipment, emergency preparedness. And so with on one side, and the other side, you have these big enterprises, and then you have the small and medium enterprises, which do not have the resources to invest. For them, cost is a very big factor. As emerging concerns, we have talked about biohazards today. It's a great exposure to be talking about it, and COVID has taught us that although it's come later, but it seems to be overshadowing, chemical hazards. But this is an area that we need to take forward, disseminate very widely, and it was very, very enlightening listening to both Mr. Natarajan and Dr. Maheshwari. This is an area where we have multi-stakeholders, right? We have multi-ministries, this shipping, environment, you have labor, you have health, and then you have stakeholders in terms of academic institutions, business houses, enforcement. So when we talk about safety, it is important. There's no compromise on safety. But then we have to talk about safe business should also means saving business. We have a lot of overlapping interests and conflicting interests. And we should be mindful of that, because it's not safety per se. It is safety for better business, better global trade, and for long-term business partnerships, sustained business partnerships, sustainable growth, economic growth. So these are some of the factors. Now you have the law enforcement, which looks at safety. You have business, which is looking at cost. You have environment, which is looking at protection. and you have local communities looking at health. So there's bound to be conflicting interests, and we need to see this. You have, when we say overlapping interests, we all have common goals, but the motivations would vary. Common goals for law enforcement and business in particular, if you take a look at it, is that both are looking at safety, that you're looking at the protection of life, protection of human health, environmental health. And business is also looking at how to do business by not affecting any of these actors. But you have conflicting interests where, goal being the same, priorities vary. Priorities vary. So for business, again, less cost compliance means cost. There is a financial burden. And more the cost, the more it will eat into the margins of profit. So you can take the example of shipping and labor unions. If they are not investing enough in training, if they are not investing enough in safety equipments, protective gears, etc., then you are affecting the health and safety and welfare of the dock workers. You have a law, you have the rules also framed under that law, dock workers' safety. You have ports and environment, conflicting interest. Ports will be interested, as Mr. Parliament will bear out, that you want to prioritize by increasing your cargo throughput. But then the environment people will say, no, this is affecting marine environment, they'll raise a whole lot of issues. So conflict is there. Overlapping interests can also happen with, say, insurance. When you take insurance, if you have a good safety record, if the track record is very good, your insurance premiums can go down. At the same time, places like Vapi, which is very vulnerable in terms of chemical issues, handling of chemical agents. If you underplay, if you underreport risks, then there is a problem. So all these are conflicting areas of interest. They are overlapping. The best way to navigate, mediate these areas of conflicting interests, of being at crossroads, whether you are in this ministry or that ministry, whether you are in this sector or that sector, is to increase the span of overlapping interests and reduce the span of conflicting interests. Now, how does business has to understand that if you are going to play safe in business, you are going to give priority to safety, then you are actually reducing legal liabilities, you are reducing penalties, you are reducing compensations. And these days, the NGPT and the courts have come down very heavily. The Vishakhapatnam case and the Tuklapar case, they gave immense punishment, penalty. So business has to be mindful of that. But then, if you're going to prioritize safety, your credibility as business is actually going up. And by doing this, you're not allowing too many, you're minimizing disruptions. If there's a chemical or oil spill, then you have a situation where supply chain gets disrupted, operational timelines get disrupted. So business has to understand that it's important to prioritize safety. At the same time, law enforcement has to look at what is their role. We have come past the license Raj or the inspector Raj, all that's gone with liberalization, and much after the water has flown the bridge. That we have to be playing the role of facilitator, manager, enabler, promoter, and these entail use of management skills. The law is with you, you have the power, the law has given you the power. But how do you deal with business? How do you enforce compliance? It requires a lot of communication skills, it requires a lot of negotiation skills, and not looking at each other as strange bedfellows or foes, but as allies with the common goal that we stated at the beginning. So, we heard that we had a lot of takeaways from this workshop. The mantra will not differ. The mantra is, yes, more training, better oversight, exposure to biohazards we have to really move up the ladder in learning about the impact, the risk mitigation techniques, the protocols, interministerial collaboration and also coordination is going to be very, very critical. Now, the cost of compliance, non-compliance can be expensive, but the cost of compliance can be affordable. So the need for evolving and innovating technologies which are safe, reliable and affordable, 3 parameters, going to be very critical. There's something that if there could be a situation I'm not mentioning in particular the Visakhapatnam, there may be cases where you've done the audit and you've done the audit after the leak, but Visakhapatnam was known for having outdated technologies, and some such thing had to happen at the level at origin, storage, handling stage, manufacture stage, right? And if there could be a situation where you can say that this particular chemical is banned, and if there is a lot of hullabaloo about it, there's a lot of controversy generated out of it, it must be made incumbent on the business to innovate such technology that this will not happen, and unless that kind of situation emerges, the ban should continue. But this requires a lot of discussions, and meetings such as this will go a long way in reducing these conflict areas, conflicting interest areas, and I hope that this will be the beginning of many more workshops, and this IIT has brought out the best practices. I understand, I was not party to this session, and I hope that these best practices will be disseminated and made known to all so that people adopt it. So with these few words, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to this workshop to address you all. Pleasure meeting you all. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Sri Sunil Paliwal, IAS, Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority and Chairman, KPL, to deliver special address.
At the outset, a very warm good evening to all of you. My senior colleague, Ms. Bhamati, the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Labour and Employment, and in charge, DG Firstly, Mr. Alok Mishra, Shri Sumit Roy from DG Firstly, our traffic manager, Shri Kripanand Swami, and all the participants of this one-day workshop. on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals. At the outset, my warm greetings to all of you. I am confident that looking at the sessions, the topics that have been covered today, the participants will have a lot of takeaways from this workshop today. In fact, Sri Sumit Roy has already very nicely covered the entire gamut of topics that were deliberated upon today. And I would definitely like to tell from a common man's point of view what is the importance of following the safety standards and safety protocols. Even though this workshop was dedicated more to specialized kind of items and materials involved. In fact, just before when I was coming here, my secretary of Chennai Port Authority, Mr. Indranil Hazra, who is also present here, he suddenly came into my room. And I know of my interaction with him for last almost 3 years that this is a subject very close to his heart. And he gave me certain papers. First I was thinking, why is this fellow bothering me just 5 minutes before I'm going for the valedictory session of the workshop? But when he started explaining those sheets to me, I was shocked to see some of the statistics which was given there. I am very sure that the experts who are here, and many of you will be already aware of this, but what shocked me, and I would like to narrate the statistics here. He said that, the sheet that he has given, it said that while we are spending 1 minute in this hall, in this valedictory session, in this 1 minute, around the world, from work-related factors, 5 persons are going to die. 753 persons will be disabled. Now, this is something very worrying. Of course, when this figure is projected onto the annual figure, it comes to 29.3 lakh workers die each year from work-related factors. Now, this itself is shocking, but when we look at what are these work-related factors, what are the areas of concerns which are there, then they are mainly categorized in 4 different heads: infrastructure, practices, PPEs, and behavior. Now, what is very shocking is that 96% of the reasons are behavior related. They are human related. That means if people had been careful in using the equipment, following the protocols, that would have never 5 persons who are dying every minute in this world because of work-related factors would not have died. Now that is something we really need to think about. That is, the behavior has to change. And I am constrained to say, and I think most of you will agree, somehow we Indians are a bit casual about it, following the standard operating procedures, following the protocols. In fact, I would like to give Two simple examples for this, because I'm not an expert, so my examples will be only simple, everyday examples. I had gone for a one-year program to University of Birmingham, and we were staying in what was called Asbury International Student Homes. So it was basically a huge building which had flats, two-bedroom flats. And we had a very strict, if I can call her warden, because she was the main person, caretaker or in charge, Maggie. She used to be very strict. And what she will do once in a while, which we also do, that she will just switch on the fire alarm. It was basically a drill kind of thing, the actual situation drill. So it is not pre-announced, it is the actual situation is being simulated. So she will put on that fire alarm. And I can't say that I'm very sincere or serious, but when alarm is going, then maybe out of habit, I'll also go out with my family. Both my daughters and my wife are with me. So all four of us will go out. We might not be running, but we will be fairly serious about it. But one of my colleagues, who again was from India and who was doing the course with me, first time he casually came, अरे यार ये तो ऐसे ही करते रहते हैं, ट्रायल होता रहता है. First time he came slowly, all four of them came. Next time when Maggie again switched it on, only he came. Rest of the three said, नहीं आप जाओ पापा, हम नहीं आ रहे. Third time onwards, nobody came. Now, what I was wondering is, it may actually happen that there is a fire, the same alarm only will go on. Then what will happen? It can be fairly risky. But somehow we Indians are like that, and we need to change that. This is nothing to be proud of. One example again I will give. I remember I was traveling in Delhi. So I was traveling in Delhi, and that was 2006, and it was an ambassador car. Younger generation might not have seen ambassador. It was an ambassador car, but it had a seat belt. So on the front row, you have to put the seat belt. So driver had a very interesting thing. There was nothing here to put on. So whenever he'll see a police fellow, he'll just sort of, like a dupatta, the seat belt will come like that. I asked him. I said, it is for your own safety, like the police fellow. What many of us do, some are even smart because, as technology improves, Indians are known for jugaad, so they also improve. So then, companies started making that unless you put the seat belt, the tan sound will be coming. So what they started doing, either they'll put it from the back, but again it is a bit uncomfortable. So they will cut this thing and they'll just put it there. So what I'm trying to say, if the company is putting it, or if the police constable is checking it, it is for us, for our safety. Why are we so casual about it? This is the behavioral aspect. Somehow we are a bit casual about our own safety. I'm sure many of you would have seen when the fellow will be going on a motorbike and the helmet will be resting on the road. Will have a wife, will have children, right? And like Madam pointed out, that the costs are tangible costs also and non-tangible costs. You can't put a value to the grief of that wife. You can't put a value to the lack of support which the children will face, what they will turn out. So I think we all need to become very, very conscious towards following the safety protocols, the standard procedures. Now, the importance of these kind of workshops are again, it's not that we come in the morning and we sort of listen to some experts and then we go back. I hope it is somewhere absorbed inside us and we also propagate this. Now, if my information is correct, when 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy happened, what I am told that a simple solution would have been dip a cloth in water and just put it to your nose. That methyl isocyanate or whatever that gas was will dissolve in that water and you will be safe. That is where the importance of this kind of workshop comes. That such simple things, if they are well known to the people who might be affected, and just put it to your nose, that methyl isocyanate or whatever that gas was, any kind will dissolve in that water and you will be safe. Those who are likely, that is where the importance of this kind of work, likely to be affected by that. Such simple things, if they are would have been well known to the people living in the vicinity of that Union Carbide plant in Bhopal, if they had known these kind of simple protocols, and if such simple protocols are known to the people who are working in such spaces, I am very sure that these kind of tragedies, unfortunate tragedies, will not happen. Towards this, I compliment DG firstly and Ministry of Labour and Employment for taking this initiative. And I am grateful to them that this workshop has been organized in the premises of Chennai Port Authority, which gave an opportunity to our stakeholders also to benefit from this. And I am sure that the participants have learned some very useful things from this workshop. I once again, on my personal behalf and on behalf of our organization, extend our heartfelt thanks to DG firstly and their team and the experts who came here. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Shri Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary and DG Fasley, to deliver concluding address.
So good evening, and I'm going to keep myself very short because I have already spoken at length in the morning. The chairperson, Chennai Port Trust, Shri Sudhir Lalivalji, Mahamdi ma'am, Tapan Samiji, Mr. Hajra, we had some good interaction with him, and I came to realize his passion for safety. And my own colleagues, Sumit is there, Vipul Mishra is there, Kunalji is there. So thank you. First I wanted to thank Chennai Port Trust for hosting us and collaborating with us in this workshop. We do realize that it is a very collaborative exercise, and we need to collaborate even more. I'm listening to both sir and ma'am, and I was in fact noting it down also because some of the things that they said were quite valuable, and they're bit of an education for me. Ma'am did talk about that. If you prioritize safety, your credibility goes up. Generally, most of the organizations take safety as a very complex balancing act. And once we start thinking in terms of balancing things, actually we lose sight of our priority. So, they need to realize long term, if you prioritize safety, obviously your credibility goes up. So that was one thing she emphasized. The second thing she emphasized, which I was quite impressed, that more often than not, and this is a view that is emerging in government of India also, that as regulators, as law enforcers, we're facilitators. And that's where we require a lot of skills, communication skills, negotiating skills. And we are not adversaries, but we're trying to achieve the same kind of goal. And this is a bit of a learning map for my department. So that's another thing. I was listening to Sir also, and again, he did emphasize quite a few things. And but I did realize that. Let me just he did said, okay, fine, safety is just not a set of rules and laws. It is a mindset. And a mindset requires us to
foster a kind of culture, create that kind of culture, so that it becomes a second sort of a nature to us. A lot of thanks again to sir, ma'am, and to all the participants who have been with us. I hope my organization has got enough feedback. Because more often than not, we sit in our own comfort zones and don't go out and interact with people. But it is by interacting, with those people who are working out there that we get to understand that what safety means. So thanks a lot once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Sri S. Kripananda Swami, Traffic Manager, to deliver vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. As Chennai Port is concerned, safety is first. We always take pride of implementing safety measures, whatever the guidelines are coming from the director. We have been conducting many safety drills, safety audit, and the audit is scrupulously implemented by all our departments. And further, our administration gives, our chairman sir gives the foremost importance to safety. Here, many of the ports, the quarterly safety committee meetings are conducted by the deputy chairman. But in Chennai Port is concerned, always our chairman is taking the safety committee meeting very scrupulously and directing each and every minute is being implemented, and it is no way we left out, leaving any out of the safety measures. So when this one-day seminar on workshop on safety in dock workers and handling of hazardous cargo intimation has come from the DG firstly, I take up to the chairman sir. Chairman sir was promptly come forward, you should do it. You should not leave this opportunity to this kind of workshops. So I thank Chairman Chennai Port Trust Authority and Kamaraj Port Limited, Sri Sunil Paliwal IAS sir, for conducting this workshop. Yes sir, thank you sir. And this and I thank Joint Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Sri Alok Misra, for giving this opportunity for the Chennai Port Authority for conducting this seminar. And sir, thank you sir. We have been following all your advice and taking all the efforts under the direction of our chairman sir. I thank Bhamadi Madam, retired IAS, for sharing her thoughtful ideas and experiences in this forum. I thank Sumit Rai, Chief Inspector of Dock Safety, for all the way coming here and involving in our guiding the this seminar of the workshop, how to be conducted and what are all the stakeholders should be called, and along with guiding along with this Vipul Kumar Mishra, Director Safety. I thank you both of you sir for guiding us for the event successfully conducted and important knowledge to our stakeholders. I thank our HODs giving all support along for this conducting this workshop. I thank resource persons for giving their thoughtful experiences and knowledge, sharing their experiences to our stakeholders. Dr. Sri Mageshwari, Srimati Mageshwari, Port Health Officer, and Professor Satyanarayana, Dean Student at IIT Chennai, and Raj Mohan, and Nataraj Gopalan, Ramarao, and other resource persons and experts. And I thank our safety officer, Mr. Muthuswamy, and the safety inspector, Mr. Magesh. They have been all along running for this last almost 10 days for organizing this workshop with utmost importance. And I thank all our stakeholders and participants who are actively participated, interacted with the resource persons and stakeholders and lane. And I request this the lane knowledge not only to be left with them and to be carried forward to their organization and disseminate among the further down levels to implement it. And I thank one and all for coming here and participated this successful event, for giving the event made successful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We request the delegates to collect the certificates at the reception counter. Kindly raise up for national anthem.